Everybody, I'm going to call the Peoria Unified Governing Board meeting to order on September 25th, 2025 at 6 p.m. We do have board member clerk Jeff Toby is absent this evening. We are moving on to 2 opening exercises, 2.1 moment of silence, 2.2 pledge of allegiance and preamble of the Declaration of Independence. Mrs. Ewing, would you like to lead us this evening?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Thank you. Moving on to 3, address agenda. 3.1, address agenda, consider adoption or recommend changes. Board members, do you have any changes you'd like to recommend? Okay, with that, I just need a motion on the floor. I will motion to approve the agenda this evening as adopted.
I'll second.
So I have a motion made Azure by myself and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And if you could please run us through a voice vote. Thank you.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 4 yeas. Moving on now to 4 recognitions, 4.1 recognitions. Mrs. Airy, welcome.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests that have joined us this evening. We do have a very special recognition for you tonight. Many of you know that in Peoria Unified, we have a very proud tradition of honoring 3 leaders who make a lasting impact in our classrooms, our community, and beyond. The Raymond S. Kellis Leadership Award is really Peoria Unified's version of a Lifetime Achievement Award, celebrating leaders who embody the attributes that set our district apart from all others. Named after a former superintendent, Dr. Raymond S. Kellis, who truly epitomized what leadership and servant leadership should look like and helped to shape really some of the foundations of our district. I'm incredibly humbled to be introducing our 3 honorees to you this evening. I'll note that they were celebrated through a very special surprise recognition where we really truly invaded their workspace and had much pomp and circumstance to make sure they felt honored and recognized by their peers. It's an honor again to introduce them to you. I will ask each one to stand while I share just a little bit about them, and then of course President Rooks will invite them up if you have any comments to share with them at the end. Demonstrating leadership as a support staff member is Christy Davis, our benefits manager. Christy, if you'd stand. Christy does not seek recognition, but her influence is felt everywhere. She's the steady voice during a crisis, the calm support in moments of grief and challenging times for many, many of our employees. Her colleagues call her a mentor, a lifeline, and a trusted friend. Christy has served Peoria Unified for more than 15 years, representing the values that Dr. Kellis instilled in this organization. Before working in Peoria Unified, I think it's important to note that Christy was a cactus cobra. Through personal resilience and professional excellence, Christy has modernized systems, built one of the state's most respected benefits programs, and earned the trust of those she serves. More than knowing the details of each of our medical plans, Christy knows how to listen and support our employees really in their times of need. Let's give a huge round of applause to Christy Davis. leader in administration is Bridget Stockwell. Bridget, if you would stand. Mrs. Stockwell is a quiet force of strength and dedication. Her calm presence, fierce advocacy, and collaborative spirit have really made a lasting impact. She's deeply respected for her compassion, reliability, and hands-on leadership, visible not only in meetings, but in classrooms, on playgrounds, and in lunchrooms. Under her guidance, Country Meadows Elementary has flourished. The school's letter grade improved for the first time in 7 years, and more importantly, she has reignited a belief in what's possible when a school is led with heart and purpose. Mrs. Stockwell is a mentor, a champion, a trusted partner to families. She celebrates growth, fosters leadership, and ensures that every individual feels valued. Her thoughtful gestures, humility, and grace have transformed her school into a thriving community. She is certainly deserving of all the recognition and celebration. Congratulations, Mrs. Stockwell. And our last honoree for this evening is representing our certified staff. It's Sarah Tekulve from Skyview and Desert Harbor Elementary Schools. Mrs. Tekulve may not have a traditional classroom or lead a school, but her impact is felt in every hallway at every grade level and for all the students that she serves. She brings learning to life, turning reading into adventure and school events into truly unforgettable memories. She greets every child with warmth, notices when someone is struggling, and immediately takes action. Mrs. Tekulve mentors teachers, leads committees, trains staff, and builds systems, all while serving 2 campuses to reach even more students. Her strength, resilience, and compassion are extraordinary. Her colleagues call her the heart of the school. Her students call her their favorite teacher, and her community calls her irreplaceable. We are so proud and honored to celebrate you as well, Mrs. Tekulve. And our honorees, I'll invite you up to join me here at the microphone before I turn it over to President Rooks. But I just want to state again, as they are making their way up here, that it is really, truly with deep admiration and heartfelt gratitude. These employees are truly exemplary. They're models for others across our district to follow. And we are just so proud to honor and recognize them this evening. So one more huge round of applause for our honorees.
Thank you, Mrs. Airy. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any comments for these wonderful people here in front of us?
Thank you. I just want to say congratulations to all 3 of you. I know that you feel honored, but we feel honored to be here in this room and be able to watch you lead such amazing students and staff. And so we really, really, and I appreciate everything that you do. And I'm so excited that we get this opportunity to honor you. And it's interesting because as soon as Danielle, Miss Airy announced it, I saw you still, all 3 were stepping really far back. You didn't want to come forward, and that just says like you're used to letting those around you be recognized and doing all the work in the background to lift them up. So I just really, really appreciate all of you. And I love how heart and compassion were definitely the things that were mentioned. So congratulations.
Mrs. Proudfit, any questions or comments?
Thank you so much for being here tonight. I want to echo what Ms. Ewing said. It's true, you're all very uncomfortable being in the spotlight, which speaks to your character. Each of you have just a really special impact on the district. We were able to join with district and Mrs. Tekulve's announcement. It was one of the most beautiful ceremonies ever, and I think that the students were probably more excited than anyone else, as they were just so excited for you. So on the school board, we have an award as well, our Leading with Excellence pin, and you 3 are definitely extremely wonderful leaders within our district. And so on behalf of the governing board, we would like to give each of you a Leading with Excellence recognition.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any comments?
I have a lot of comments, but I'll hold them because of time and, the obvious and things that they've already said. A little bit joking. To stand in front of everybody and have them applaud for you, that was obvious that you're not used to that, which makes it even more valuable that you deserve it, which is what they've already touched on. The variety of who the three of you are is amazing to me. I think I've been on every one of those levels in the district when I worked in the district. But thank you for what you do for families, for kids. Parapros are unsung heroes. They always will be in my mind. And obviously your students, I didn't get to see what Ms. Profit described, but your students spoke well, more than I can, I guess I want to say. But thank you. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for what you do for our next generation. It matters. It matters. And obviously people see this is the kind of thing that I enjoy being up here and being part of this district for. These awards that are well deserved, those laboring in the field, as I would say. So thank you.
So when I took on, when I was voted by my board to be president, I didn't know a lot of the things that took place. And Dr. Summers had shared with me that the president looks through all of our honorees in this award. And I have to say the letters that I wrote from your staff, your friends, your family, community, the students, I was inspired. I was very inspired. And I've toured Country Meadows, Ms. Stockwell. You have done an amazing job there. I remember that was one of the first schools that I toured, and I was just in awe of the work that you were doing at that school. And you had your whole team around the table, and they were just going through everything of your design and your input with all of them. I just remember that, and that sticks well with me. And I could see it in the letters. And Christy Davis, everything that Miss Airy just talked about was exactly what I saw in the letters that were drafted in support of you in this leadership role for the Raymond S. Kellis Award. And I can't say enough. And Sarah, I mean, it was a huge stack. And I made sure, he's laughing over there, it was a huge stack, and I made sure I didn't want to lose any of the letters because of how important they were. And I just want to say thank you for all three of you for your dedication to the students, the families, the community, and to the Peoria Unified School District. So congratulations again. And I don't know if any of you are wanting to say anything, or I'll just leave it up there. I know you guys are very humble, so if you're good, okay, all right. Leave it up there, all right. Would you guys like photos with your families, though? Because I feel like that's important. We can step down real quick. Okay, great. Thank you, Mrs. Ewing. All right, we are going to continue on with 5 opening public comment. 5.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do have a lot. I don't know if our guests this evening for the award want to take off now. We can wait a few minutes, or if you would like to stay. Okay. Yes, go out and celebrate. All right, so first public comment, you will have 3 minutes, is Robert Miller.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm a retired Phoenix PD with 31 years of experience, a former trauma therapist with a master's in professional counseling, and currently in my 5th year teaching in our district in forensic science. In addition to my classroom role, I support students through HOSA, Students Standing Strong, which is a Christian organization, and serve as an assistant coach in pickleball. Years ago, a pastor challenged me to follow a career of success with a career of significance. That challenge led me to education, where I found purpose in giving back to students and helping them grow, not just academically, but emotionally and socially. I want to begin by expressing my appreciation to the board's commitment for improving school safety. Your efforts have been meaningful impact. However, I must respectfully raise concern regarding the proposal to remove counselors and social workers from our campuses. This decision, I believe, would compromise not only the emotional well-being of our students, but also the overall safety of our schools. Research from the Brookings Institute consistently shows that effective school safety requires a dual approach: physical security and emotional support. While law enforcement plays a critical role, officers can only be at one place at a time. Officers alone cannot prevent crisis. If you consider the recent school shootings, most suspects struggled with a lack of emotional support systems. I've seen firsthand how untreated emotional distress can escalate into behavioral and safety concerns. I've spoken with SROs who feel frustrated when they encounter students in crisis but have no professionals to refer them to. Counselors and social workers are not optional. They're essential. They help students navigate trauma, anxiety, depression, and family instability. These are not abstract issues. They are daily realities in our classrooms. I understand SEL has become a point of debate. It's true that SEL has sometimes been mischaracterized and misused under a broader ideological frameworks. But at its core, SEL is not about politics. It's about equipping students with the tools to manage emotions, resolve conflicts, make responsible decisions, build healthy relationships, and these are life skills. They are foundational to academic success, career readiness, personal growth. Before I became a teacher, I felt this came from the home. It clearly does not. These students do not have the basic emotional support to successfully do life. So I urge you to consider reframing SEL into something like character education that focuses on emotional growth, personal responsibility, resilience.
That's your time. I'm so sorry, but thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Next public comment is Dawn Bellingham.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Dawn, and I'm a new social worker here in the district. I began my educational journey student teaching at Cactus High School, go Cobras. I also taught at Frontier Elementary, 8th grade, and I saw the struggles my students were having in the classroom. Their self-esteem, inability to have healthy communication, grief and loss, suicidal ideation, athletic pressures, addiction, or problematic substance abuse, and trauma, to name a handful. During my first year teaching, students had difficulty completing their schoolwork because these traumas or problematic behaviors. Additionally, I had a good student who made a choice to use substances, and that choice changed her life by placing her in the hospital and then prison for 6 years. As a young teacher, I didn't realize her frontal lobe was not fully developed, and it was very common for teenagers to make impulsive decisions. The impulsive decision had severe consequences. Her and her family's life was forever changed, mine too. It was devastating to witness. It was then that I knew I wanted to do more to help my students beyond the classroom setting. I was not equipped or qualified to help them learn when they had all these things going on in their life. They couldn't remember the state standards I was teaching them. Their brains were offline or in survival mode. So I went back to school and I received my master's in professional counseling. I spent 16 years in education as a teacher, a guidance counselor, and a social worker. I also spent 20 years working in the mental health, trauma, and addiction field. During those years, I worked at a world-renowned treatment facility. I trained educators, and I created an adolescent outpatient program with a family component, trauma-based training, and I have a private practice. In each of these roles, adolescents and their families and educators shared the struggles of not getting help for their children or students in the classroom, and they didn't know where to go for outside assistance. While working as a school social worker, I was able to give immediate support so they could be successful in the classroom. I worked closely with the SRO to co-lead presentations on legal ramifications. We gave students tools and helped them out in the classroom. I could find outside help to give those students an opportunities to be successful in the classroom. The saying that says it takes a village to raise a child is true. SORs, teachers, admins, coaches, social workers are all important, and support staff are all important. New York Athletic, August 26, wrote an article on Olympian Michael Phelps. That's okay, encourage you to read it.
Next public comment is Emily.
All right, good evening to the board and community members. At the last governing board meeting on September 11th, a few board members read tribute to a political activist who was killed by gun violence. And at the same meeting, the board acknowledged yet another school shooting that had occurred, but no tribute was read for the victims or survivors of the school shootings that have taken place since the beginning of this school year. One on August 27th, one on September 10th, and one on September 12th, which resulted in 2 children being killed and 25 injured. As this is a school board where children should be centered, I wanted to take the opportunity to pay tribute to them tonight. In the halls that should have echoed with laughter and carefree hum of childhood, there are now painful silences. The desks, once filled with hope, now stand empty, reminders of lives that were tragically cut short. The children lost in school shootings remember you, not for the way you left us, but for the light you brought into the world. Each of you was a story yet to be fully written. You were dreamers, artists, athletes, scholars, and friends. You carried within you the bright potential of a future that should have unfolded with joy, but instead was stolen from you in the most brutal and senseless way. Whether through a dream of becoming a doctor to heal, an artist to inspire, or simply as a child who wanted to grow, laugh, and be loved, your dreams will never fade from our hearts. For the children who survived, we mourn with you too. Your resilience, courage, and pain are etched into the fabric of our shared history. You carry burdens no one should ever have to bear, but your strength speaks volumes about the human spirit. We stand beside you in grief, in support, and in solidarity as you rebuild pieces of your innocence, and we vow to create a world where you no longer have to live in fear. To the families and communities devastated by these tragedies, our hearts ache with yours. No words can fill the void left by the loss of a child, but we promise that your pain will not be forgotten, nor will the memory of your loved ones ever fade. Their names will be spoken, their faces remembered, and their futures mourned by all who love them. Today and every day, we must remember that these children were more than just victims. They were the future, and their lives mattered. Their laughter, their creativity, their potential, all of it was taken too soon. But in the wake of this senseless violence, we are called to honor them by fighting for a world where every child can learn and grow without fear. We will not forget the names of the lost. We will not ignore the cries for change, and we will continue to stand in hope for a future where children can once again walk through the doors of their schools without fear, where the only sounds in the hallways are the sounds of laughter, of learning, and of life. Thank you.
Next public comment is Charmel Bolster.
Good evening, President Rooks, Board, and Cabinet, everyone here. I just want to have I have a concern to a point. We have so many things that go on here in this district, wonderful, wonderful things. And I hear all of the board members talk about when they go out to visit the schools and do these different things. But there is one member that has stated on several occasions that she's not been able to attend things because she's working and writing policies for another district, or she's involved in other things with at-risk youth and other things. So, and and I guess it's okay if I say her name. It's just for clarification and transparency, because I know she has the heart of a teacher, and I know she loves this district. So I'm just wondering, what is it, Mrs. Bowles, that keeps you from being with us and all of the wonderful things that go in here in our district? And what is your affiliation with CSS? Thank you.
Next public comment is Toby Maxwell.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Toby Maxwell, and I have been employed by this district for 5 years as a one-on-one aide in Vistanchi Elementary School. I am also a certified registered behavior technician, which qualifies me to provide a higher level of support to students with behavioral and developmental needs. I am here today to address the pay disparity for individual aides within our schools. Currently, contracted aides are being paid upwards of $25 per hour, while district employees in the same or even more qualified roles are being paid significantly less. In fact, as a certified RBT working directly with students every day, I make less than what many people earn at a fast food restaurant. This disparity not only undervalues the work of district aides, but it also creates instability for our students. Contract staff often move on when better opportunities arise, leaving students without the consistency they desperately need. District employees, on the other hand, are dedicated long-term staff who provide that consistency and build relationships that help our students succeed. By investing in your district employees and paying us fair wages that reflect our qualifications and the important work we do, you are investing directly in the stability, growth, and well-being of our students. Removing the reliance on contract aides and instead paying district aides competitive wages will reduce turnover, increase quality of care, and ultimately save the district money in the long run. I love my work. I am proud to serve this district, but I also believe that the dedication and qualifications of district aides deserve fair recognition and fair pay. I respectfully urge you to consider raising wages for individual aides so that we can continue to serve our students with the consistency, skill, and care that they deserve. Thank you.
Next public comment is Danielle Castellan. Sorry if I said it wrong.
Oh, you're fine. Good evening. Hi, hello, Governing Board. Thank you for allowing me to be here and speak with you all tonight. My name is Danielle Castellan, and I have a daughter in 2nd grade at Canyon Elementary, the home to the Sunflower School. Today I wanted to speak with you all about someone near and dear to my daughter's heart and mine, Mrs. Amber Chudzik. She is Canyon's grant-approved social worker. My daughter Parker really struggled last year with lockdown, shelter-in-place, and fire drills. She was in 1st grade. She came home and began having issues falling asleep at night in fear that we would have a fire and that our fire detectors would go off just as they did at school. My husband and I spoke with her multiple times. We tried various things and nothing seemed to work. I reached out to Mrs. Chudzik in hopes that she wasn't alone, that Parker wasn't alone, and that she might have some advice for us as parents. We ultimately both decided that it would be best for her to meet with my daughter face-to-face. Parker only saw her one time before we noticed her fears and anxieties had gone away. She was able to fall asleep again at night with ease. Upon Mrs. Chudzik sharing what they spoke about, I learned that she had told Parker the same exact thing that my husband and I had, that it wasn't about what we had told her as parents. It was about the person that told her. It was about the person that said it. See, students don't always have the privilege of coming to school ready to learn. They come with emotional stress, family issues, mental health challenges, and social pressures. This is where school social workers like Amber Chedzik can step in, not only as helpers, but lifelines and ultimately friends. Someone who isn't your teacher, who isn't your principal, but someone who our children can share all their truths with, someone who is a true friend, someone who is really on their side. As much as we adore her, she is not a luxury. Mrs. Chudzik is a necessity to our children at Canyon Elementary. Thank you.
Next public comment is from Kristen.
Great, I have to follow that. Good evening, President Rooks, governing board members, cabinet, and guests. My name is Kristen Bothas, and I'm the principal of Canyon Elementary and the Sunflower School. I wanted to come to speak with you to make sure that the principals are in front of you and so that we can share about how we really feel about the need to reapply for the ADE School Safety Grant. Our school first applied for the grant in 2019, and I actually have a copy of our first grant. I wanted to read a few areas that we addressed in our statement of need way back then. I'm sorry, I have to get my old lady glasses on. The Sunflower School is housed on our campus and serves special needs students who are severe and profound with specific medical needs. Many of our students in the Sunflower School do not have a long life expectancy. Unfortunately, having students pass away is something our students and staff deal with on a regular basis. The impact on the students, staff, and community is huge and creates a need for support. The level of support needed for coping strategies and grief is truly greater than we can provide as a staff. We serve students living in foster care and that attend our school through McKinney-Vento. The family unit is changing quickly as we are seeing an increase in the number of students being raised by their grandparents or other relatives. We feel that all the outside factors that our students are dealing with directly impact the way students cope and react to situations. Our students need our support and deserve to be given every opportunity to be successful, both academically and emotionally. Our staff cannot reach students academically because of what the student is experiencing outside of school. So I know that my school is sometimes viewed as having different needs that most of our other schools in the district may not, but that's true. However, it is important to know that I just read all of those very specific needs that I listed back in 2019, and I'm standing before you saying that they've only increased and expanded. This is my 12th year at my school. I have lost a total of 13 students, 12 Sunflower and 1 Canyon. My school needs a counselor. I'm asking the board to allow principals and assistant principals the autonomy to work with our sites, to do what is best for our students, our staff, and our parents, and allow us to write our grant to reflect the specific needs on all of our campuses. Thank you.
That concludes our public comment this evening. We cannot respond to public comment unless we are addressed. So Ms. Bowles, I don't know if you wanted to have that opportunity or not.
I would. Thank you, President Rooks. Ms. Bolster, I'm humbled and I don't really know what to say and honored that you would think my presence on campus was super important, so I appreciate that. I have visited campuses. In fact, I saw the Canyon program, which is very dear to my heart, and other programs. So I'm sorry for the misinformation. The last board meeting, I think it might have been then when I said that I wasn't able to make it and it was because of work. That was true. But that didn't mean that I haven't been able to make it. So I am honored that you noticed. Thank you for that. But I do go as much as I possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just state that in the last board meeting under my board comments, I did speak on honoring our 9/11 victims and first responders. And I also spoke about the Charlie Kirk assassination and prayers for his family, but I also covered the school shooting in Colorado. So I just want to make sure that that is noted, that I did address that at the last board meeting. So with that, if no other board members want to address, we will move now on to 6, board and superintendent comments. 6.1, board member comments. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any this evening?
Thank you, President Rooks. Before I talk about some of the things that where I attended this past week, I just want to address all of our staff and who work with our students and families and help them overcome any of their emotional challenges to be able to learn, and that I appreciate all of your efforts, and that it is really important, even in these heavy topics, that we have conversations about how are we going to address those needs of our students, because we do need to make sure that when they step into that classroom that they are ready to learn. So just wanted to state that. Some of the things that I had attended this past week is, so first of all, I want to say thank you to the staff, Mr. Chigoya and also Corey Underhill, for the fantastic Family Resource Connections Fair. I think it was over, I think maybe you guys will talk about it, over 400 that attended there, so that was absolutely amazing. And I really appreciate that, because that was a great place where we could connect our families with the various different community resources, support networks throughout our community. So it just was very successful, and I hope we get to do that again. So I wanted to make sure I said thank you for that. And also Cactus High School, right? They hosted the Glendale Chamber of Commerce. They came. They had some delicious fare there. And so that was really great, and I want to appreciate Christy Hammer, Principal Hammer, for hosting, and the district for coming out and doing that. And also Chad Eichenlob, he was on the Glendale Chamber Education Committee meeting, getting an opportunity to talk about all of our great CTE programs that we have. So I really appreciate how we get in front of businesses, talk about all the great things that we're doing, but then also talk about how all the businesses can partner with our students, so that our students, when they leave our walls, are ready to work in the workforce or go on to higher education. So, and then I also want to express a thank you to the district, and is it Grace Organizations, who's been hosting and facilitating the community master planning meetings, and I've heard that those are going really well, and maybe Dr. Summers will be talking about that a little bit tonight in his comments. But and then also this morning, Sunrise Mountain High School, they hosted the Business Advisory Council there, so thank you to Principal Vance and their team for being there, and then the district staff that was all there. And I can't tell you how great it is just be in rooms with business owners and individuals in this community who know the value of our students and know the value of supporting our students, and it's amazing. And then it was great to, at the Family Resource Connection Fair, also be able to see how we can offer things back to our community by hosting that and allowing individuals to come together to find the resources that they need. So those were just some of the things, and appreciate all of you for being here today. And it's great to see some of our staff out in the audience. It's always great to see your faces, so thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, board member comments.
I'm going to keep mine short this evening. Tomorrow I'm actually heading to Centennial's awards ceremony, their academic awards ceremony. I was able to go with President Rooks and Dr. Summers, as well as Amy Malloy, who's the head of our override PAC, to speak to LD 28 about our override efforts. It was a very successful visit, and very much appreciated being welcome there. I wanted to congratulate all of our students. This is the season where NJHS and NHS inductions are happening, and it's really exciting when students are able to go the extra mile. I think what's even more exciting about NHS and NJHS is the way that it pays forward into our community, because those students are then required to do service hours, and they're looking for a bunch of opportunities and ways to plug back into the school system. So very much looking forward to helping some of our leaders plug those students back into volunteering in our community. I wanted to highlight a community business owner, Ryan Wilk. He is married to Coach Wilk from Liberty High School. Coach Wilk coaches our swim team program, and it's one of the best in the district. Very, very popular. She was able to apply for an APS teacher grant, and she also works with the Unified Sports. The reason why I want to bring this business up is Ryan Wilk owns a holistic chiropractic service within the district, and he also partners with our HOSA and our med-assisting classes and gives our students interning opportunities. So one of those opportunities was happening this week, and I was able to visit Zane, who's a Liberty High School student, who I had actually had take my blood pressure and weight. I talked about that last meeting, when I was one of the stand-in patients for the med-assisting class. Coach Wilk, in addition to that, her and her husband in that chiropractic practice continue to do fundraisers and pour money back into our city. And I just think they're such a great example. They have children in the district, they're business owners in the district. They're just really doing such a great job with collaborative partnership within the district. And so I wanted to say thank you to the Wilks. And then to follow up Ms. Ewing's comments, I will always advocate for administrators to be able to service their very unique populations. And we have a lot of very unique populations, not just with Canyon and Sunflower, but each, as much as we are a unified district, each site is so vastly different. And we can all see this as we go and do site visits. And so I just wanted to reiterate that we appreciate and that we are very much mindful of helping you guys do what we hired you to do, which is to take care of your population of students. Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, board comments.
I'm going to echo a lot of what Ms. Ewing was speaking about, the Family Resource Connection Fair. I'm hearing like all over our district how successful that has been. So thank you for those. I know that behind the scenes put all that together. I actually invited a couple people that were there, and that, you know, even parents and people that weren't there are talking about it. So it was a big success, even those who did not attend. Cactus, Mrs. Hammer, I don't think she does anything without excellence. Ms. Ewing already touched on that as well. So good things happening in the district, and NGHS, I actually did forget about the inductions because my kids are grown and I remember it now, you know, I remember them being in there, but some of you in the room had my kids. So anyway, good things happening in our district, and bringing community into our district is always a huge success. So thank you for that.
I'm going to first start by thanking our superintendent. Ms. Proudfit mentioned he did go to a LD 28 Republican meeting. So that is pretty awesome to hear, because no superintendents have ever gone to those meetings. So I want to say thank you for going and speaking with the constituents there and addressing their concerns and answering their questions. So I appreciate it. I also want to say thank you to Mr. Molino and his team, Mr. Matt Richards, for all of the safety that he worked on the past couple weeks, including last week. We had a lot of scares. So I personally want to say thank you for my safety as a board member and everybody in this room during our board meeting last week. I also want to give a shout out to Peoria High School and Cactus High School. They had their football game Friday night, and they had a special sergeant from Peoria PD, Ponte, that was able to do the coin toss at the game, and they posted on their page. So it was just really cool to see that Friday Night Lights start between our two schools. Both of the teams did great. Cactus High School, congratulations on their win. I'm also going to speak about how I honored one of the pins that Mrs. Proudfit mentioned last Monday. The Liberty High School band director, Mrs. Shanley, and the steel drum performers from Liberty High School was able to come to our district for Arts Education Week and perform in front of staff. And so I wanted to award Mrs. Shanley because she took on the Liberty band director role this year, and she's now started off with bringing steel drums onto the campus. So she's just an extraordinary employee, teacher, person, and I look forward to seeing what she does there. And great job to the steel drum performers as well. They were so excited to perform, and everybody over there, the cabinet, got to see them perform here, so it was great. And I know that Mrs. Airy shared with me, I don't know if Dr. Summers will share, but we had other performers the rest of the week. Each day was centered around a specific arts program in our district down here at the DAC so that we could see, and I appreciate all of the work that they did. I also want to thank Dr. Hernandez. She invited me out today to Arizona Department of Ed, was hosting a state standard presentation, and I wanted to really go, but one of my kids got sick, throwing up. So I told her, thank you so much. Please keep inviting me to things because I love seeing the work that Dr. Hernandez does, and just I can see the excitement when you're learning something as well. So thank you. I want to thank a couple more here. The Glendale and Peoria PD, they were at the Cactus and Peoria High School game. I just want to say thank you to them for being there, protecting all of our community there, and interacting with our families. And I look forward to moving forward with Glendale and Peoria partnership, as safety should always be top priority, even over optics of anything should be safety related. And I also want to thank the Glendale and Peoria Fire Department. They had quick action at one of our schools this last week, and I know Dr. Hernandez is over there. Yep, I just want to say thank you to them because they quickly got on the school. They supported the students. They got to work, and I just want to say thank you to them because that is also protecting our students and our staff at our site levels. So thank you, Glendale and Peoria Fire Department. Last thing I'm just going to speak on is something that has deeply been troubling me the past couple days. It had come to my attention that some employees have celebrated the assassination of Charlie Kirk, to go far as stating Charlie put himself out there to somehow justify anyone who debates or shares opinions by putting themselves out there should just expect to be assassinated. As an American, I believe in the sanctity of life and respect for others, and in teaching children the values that make this country strong: family, freedom, and responsibility. Celebrating violence goes against every one of those values. It teaches children cruelty instead of compassion, division instead of unity, and hatred instead of respect. We can all disagree, sometimes strongly, even up on here on the board, on politics or policies. But rejoicing in the violent assassination of an American citizen simply because of their beliefs is not disagreement. It's a moral decay. And it is not the example that I want to accept in our schools. My duty as a governing board leader is to model what it means to live with dignity, respect, and love of country. The students in Peoria Unified District deserve to see adults who stand for life, for liberty, and for basic decency. Celebrating an assassination of Charlie Kirk, who was a father and a husband, is the opposite of what I believe Peoria Unified School District should represent, and I denounce it fully to the fullest extent. I cannot, as a mom, as a school board member, I cannot believe that that is happening in our district because I believe so much in our district. So please, please remember that there are students who are hurting for this individual that was assassinated. Please choose your words wisely when you are talking about someone who was killed and assassinated. And that is my board comments. Moving on to 6.2 superintendent comments. Dr. Summers.
Thank you, President Rooks, governing board members, cabinet guests. Always good to see you all. Thank you for the highlighting of several events that we had over the past week or so, including the Family Connections Fair, our Arts Education Week, Business Advisory Meeting, as well as the Glendale Chamber of Commerce hosting that monthly meeting. So I'm going to lift up a couple of other things that maybe weren't as prominent in those comments, and starting with last night, Peoria Unified hosting the annual West Valley College Fair in partnership with ASU. We had juniors and seniors from all of our district's high schools who were invited to meet with representatives from various colleges and universities, attend in-depth informational sessions with Arizona's 3 in-state universities, as well as attend breakout sessions around demystifying the college application process and paying for college. There were over 100 colleges and universities present and over 1,000 students, parents, and community members in attendance. Special thank you to Jen Luque, our lead school counselor, and Lisa McMillan, career specialist at Raymond S. Kellis High School, for putting such an amazing event together to support every one of our students' success. Earlier today, we also want to celebrate the Career and Technical Education Electrical Program that students participated in at a Skills USA competition to demonstrate their skills in commercial and residential electrical work, while demonstrating the technical skills that will support careers in high-wage, high-demand industries. Students were judged by industry leaders, including employees from Rosendin Electric and Commercial Com Electric. Congratulations to these students for their strong showing today, and thank you to the many community partners as well who help bring opportunities like this to our students. As you heard a little bit earlier, we have had 2 community engagement meetings since our last board meeting, which have brought together parents, students, staff, and community members to provide insights into the needs of each of our school communities. The feedback from these meetings will help to inform our master capital plan that will give shape to not just buildings, but the learning environment and community spaces that will serve students, families, and staff for decades to come. Our final community engagement meeting is next week, and we look forward to collecting and then sharing those insights from all of these meetings very soon. And then lastly, just want to elevate that we will have the chance for our community to visit us on social media as we share School Finance 101. School finance can be complicated, and we are here to share facts in as many ways as possible. And part of the way that we're going to do that, I'm looking forward to this evening hearing from Mrs. Marcy Rodriguez as she will present some financial updates with us a little bit later this evening. President Ricks, I'll hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. Moving on to 7 action items. 7.1, Instructional Assistant Compensation Recommendation. And that is presented by Mrs. Talia Vicentainer. And then, Ms. Talia, we do have public comment after your presentation.
Good evening. Seemed a little quiet. Good evening, President Rooks, members of the Governing Board. I'm pleased to come tonight to bring forward a recommendation we have regarding instructional assistants, a matter that was actually brought forward and discussed a little bit earlier. So that wasn't a setup, that was actually just, thank you very much. So I think we have some agreement on this issue. So tonight we really wanted to bring this forward because we do understand and feel that there is an issue. This is a matter that the district has tried to address in the past, and we felt that by bringing this forward at this time, we believe we can strengthen our student support, stability, and create a sustainable program for what's best for students and for the programs. Do I have the, oh. All right. So, sorry, first time at podium, barely. So really, one of the reasons why we wanted to bring this forward is because one of the things that comes up for us all the time is that, thank you, our students are given the assignment of having additional support through an IEP program. So when an IEP happens, we're told that maybe the student needs additional support. So we go to look at what that means, and I'm going to include an instructional assistant. At that point, then, we have to find someone to provide that support immediately. One of the things we have found in the past is that it is very difficult to hire instructional assistants, and so we want to make sure that we can address that and make sure that our new pay structure would be competitive, and we can reduce our reliance on having to have contractors, and then that reduction in cost can allow us to reinvest those funds in other ways, but also can help us then develop long-term goals as we can grow our instructional assistants into certified staff or even long-term staff members within the programs themselves. Okay, now I'm going to drive. All right, so currently right now, like I said, we do rely a lot on contractors. We have about 151, actually it's closer to 160 the last I heard, instructional assistants that are contracted. We are paying on an average about $43 an hour, so the district pays that amount. That's not how much the instructional assistant is making, but it is considerably higher than what we have been paying our instructional assistants. Last year, for instance, we paid about $12 million on contracted IAs. So we know that the high cost of this is not something we want to sustain, It does provide some limited continuity and also doesn't allow us to necessarily address concerns and quality the same route we could do if these employees were working directly for us. As I mentioned, in last year, we did make it a push to reduce our reliance on contracted instructional assistants. What we discovered as we posted the positions and really made a push to hire, our hourly pay was low and we were not attracting quality candidates. And the individuals that we were hiring were not necessarily meeting our expectations, and so our turnover was high. So, and some of it was voluntary turnover as well, because they realized the amount of work and the requirements for the pay was not conducive. So we did have one light in this opportunity. We did have our developmental preschool. We had some success in working with parents and reaching out to parents saying, like, wouldn't you like to, like, while your child's at school, would you like something to do? And so we had a really great success on that, but it didn't necessarily translate over into the other programs as well. As an example, our current starting rate for instructional assistants starts at $15.76 an hour. When we've done our market research in public schools as well as in other areas, the range, it goes anywhere from $16.50 to $20 an hour. Because of this and our such starting low rate, that the pay gap contributes to, again, continuing to need to rely on contractors. We recently worked with a contracting agency. We had added Zen, if you remember, a couple of months ago as another contracting agency. They had promised us that they were going to work to try to bring in instructional assistants at a lower rate. And so they started marketing at $17 an hour, and they weren't able, and they were having a really hard time filling it. And they came back to us and said, we're going to have to start at 18. And which was a disappointing, because we were hoping to see if they could have maybe just, they were going to try new methods of recruiting or have some other way to get there, and the pay continued to be an issue. So what I'm bringing forward tonight is a two-tiered structure, and we'd like to put this in effect as early as October 5th, where our specialized programs, so our self-contained programs specifically, and developmental preschool would start at $18 an hour. We would also like to bring up all other programs to $16.50 an hour, bringing us at least into the market range, and allowing us to make that step forward and try to attract more qualified candidates. We believe that we recognize that the cost of this would affect all of the current staff, so we have about 450 staff members already on board. So there is a cost associated to do this immediately to the district. We do believe, though, that if over the course of the year, that if we just convert 38 of the 151 contracted instructional assistants to being a Peoria staff member, that we will break even and we'll make up for that difference in cost. That's how much we're paying on top of it. We do believe over the course of the year, and this is a conservative, what we believe is a conservative estimate, is there will be savings for this. We will not be spending the $9 million on contracted staff, that we'll be able to bring that down. And again, we'll have higher quality and happier staff members. But we know that pay is not the only issue. We know that so we wanted to also take the next step and say, okay, one of the things that the contract agencies also claim is that they have really great onboarding. They provide all the additional training. So we want to bring that in-house and be able to provide a better onboarding process for our staff members. So we'd have more time in the classroom. Also, we even talked about, as part of the selection process, allowing them to really see the classrooms that they might be working in, and get that chance to have that experience and that exposure earlier on. And then we could stage up their responsibilities so that they would start out maybe with just, do some administrative work, and then start with working their way into a hands-on situation, especially after additional training, some specialized and annualized training is completed. So we would look at doing our CPI or the NCI training as soon as possible. We also believe that individuals come on board. Not everyone wants to be an instructional assistant. forever. They know that this is a good way to get their foot in the classroom, and then they find their passion for education. And so we want to take advantage of that. We have several employees. I've even had some reach out to me saying, like, yeah, I started out as an instructional assistant and now I'm a teacher. And they're so happy they had that opportunity, that experience, because they really found the classrooms and the students that, you know, made them passionate about the next steps. So we are developing our own Grow Your Own Special Education Teachers program, so that way we can take those instructional assistants that are interested and want to come forward and continue their education, and then give them an opportunity to become certified teachers. We believe that'll also then really help us reduce turnover in special education. It'll also then give us candidates who know us, who know how our programs work, and who are able to really have that tenure and retention process. So as part of the retraining and retention, though, we also believe that regular checkpoints for performance and development are needed. So it's not just, you know, like, here you're trained, go in the classroom and do your work, and good luck to you. So we want to make sure that they're feeling really supported and that they have their needs met. So how will we get here? Our goal is to bring on as many staff as we can. So we know that we're going to need to create a complete marketing and communication strategy. Part of that, we want to know we're going to promote the higher pay and that there is career development opportunities. And we do want to explore some of the contractor buyouts where it's feasible. Some of the contract agencies, our contracts with them the buyout's quite substantial, but we hope that where we are offering a better package it will be more attractive for them to come on board. So again, and our focus will be really about, here's an opportunity to work for an amazing program, your chance to come on board and grow with us, and what an amazing chance to have an impact on students. So our milestones and targets are also our KPIs. We have really set a very aggressive progress here. So we are looking to have by April of, I have 2025. I'm not going back in time. There should be 2026, although back in time would be beautiful. We plan to reduce our reliance on contracted instructional assistants down to less than 40. That is aggressive, so that would be over 100 staff members we would need to hire. So we know we're going to need to have the recruiting process down. We're going to also need to be able to train all these individuals and give them opportunities to learn and grow. And also reduce our turnover. So keep the staff that we have and be able to rely on them to provide some of the training and learning opportunities for the new staff that are coming on board. Again, our goal is to reach that $5 million in savings over the $9 million, from the $9 million that we've estimated. And we do hope, in full transparency, we do recognize that this is a recommendation at this point that is really bringing up individuals to new baselines. It does not address pay compression. So it is a conservative amount. When we looked at pay compression, it was an additional $1 million of the staff that we currently have. So looking to make sure that if we can have the ability and the budget to address that, we would definitely want to address that. And again, there are other classifications who have also been impacted by pay compression that we would want to also be able to bring back forward at another time. So we believe that this proposal is in line with our new strategic plan. It is hitting right on the target of learning and teaching, as well as the stewardship of resources. But it also definitely hits the safety and wellness and our parent and community partnerships as we make sure that our staff are well trained and that our students are getting the best services they can when they're in our classrooms. So again, our outcome is that we believe that this proposal will allow us stronger student support. We're going to be able to stabilize our workforce and be able to then really have folks that are on board and are part of the Peoria family and supporting our students, giving them that chance to grow with us, giving them some long-term, view of what it could to have a career with Peoria, and then also bring our financial stability in better alignment with what our goals are. And it also allow us to have some system-wide alignment because, again, as we really focus on some of these programs, we know that having well-trained instructional assistants in the classroom will impact the ability of the certified teachers in the classrooms as well as the program as a whole, and we can continue to build that alignment. So what I'm asking for tonight is that we're recommending the approval of our compensation adjustments. Following your approval, we will begin our recruitment and our onboarding process, building our processes and training models, and we will be tracking our progress as we go and be able to provide those updates for you.
Thank you. We do have one public comment, so I'm going to go with that first. You will have 3 minutes. Ms. Trina Berg.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Trina Berg. I'm a teacher and parent in the district, and as a longtime member of the budget committee, I just have a couple of questions. First, I want to say, as someone who taught in a self-contained special ed classroom for the first 10 years of my career, I 100% understand how important the IAs are in our classroom. They are essential. Having the right one is invaluable. The turnover is always a problem. So that being said, I love this. I do have a couple of questions. On the proposed compensation plan, the 2-tier structure, when it says specialized in developmental preschool with one starting pay and then the other program's a different starting pay, I want to make sure I'm understanding the specialized program would be your self-contained programs, so like your ARISE programs, I actually don't even know what the new ED self-contained program name is anymore. I think it's changed a couple times since I left. Because I know at one time, my assistant, being in a special ed, self-contained, emotionally disabled classroom, made more than like an assistant in a resource room. So we actually used to do that. And I know that went away a while ago. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. And then the other programs, would that be like regular resource rooms, IAs? Like, I'm not sure. Another question I have is this starting pay enough that when the IA moves from the contract position to us and now has ASRS taken out, which is a big chunk of our pay, but a huge benefit if you decide to stay and retire in our system, it is one massive perk we do still have. Is it enough to actually still give them a pay raise? Or are they going to end up like barely breaking even or maybe even making less? Because I don't actually know what their actual take-home pay is compared, but I know that they don't pay into ASRS generally speaking. So I want to make sure that we're not actually like making them go backwards or barely giving them a raise or something. Budget committee, we have always dealt with compression, and raising this beginning salary or beginning hourly rate is going to create a massive, we're going to have very upset people because they're going to be jumped over. So is there, like, can we bring everyone up to at least this minimum like we do with new teacher salaries when we increase those? So I don't know if that's been looked at. So just a couple of different questions I had, but this is something that we have long needed to do because we are not competitive. We know this, and we're never going to be competitive with private industry, but we need to at least be competitive with other school districts. And we know that this has been a problem for a long time. So like I said, I'm all for paying our IAs more, but I do have a couple of questions because I know I'm going to get those questions and I also want to be able to answer them. So thank you.
Thank you. That's all that we have for public comment on this one. So Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
Would you be able to and willing to answer some of those questions that were raised? That would be great.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mrs. Rooks, Mrs. Ewing. So I'm trying to think, I should have been writing all these questions down, but of course I bring a pen with me. So first question I had was recognizes that from the 2-tier program. So the 2 tiers, yes, the $18 an hour is the starting rate for the self-contained. So that is, those would be your ARISE, your Succeed, ABLE. There you go. Okay, so good. The $16.50 would be for, we have IAs and other programs as well, so our ELL and our resource rooms. So we again believe that this will at least get us closer to a competitive rate. Regarding how ASRS will impact the salary, is we do recognize that for those folks who may be coming from a contracted situation, that the 12% reduction would be, which it is right now, might be a deterrent, but we have to start somewhere, and so we feel like this will get us a good start. And if we make the strides that we believe we will make by making this change right now at this time, that we will be able to continue to grow, and then hopefully then be able to then make sure that other programs and other positions are able to catch up and we can make those changes. So our goal as a district is always to make sure we have competitive pay, and it has always been a challenge from a budgetary standpoint, but we also know that we are striving to continue to address that with all positions. So regarding the compression, so there's a couple levels of compression, I think, that are brought up by this proposal. One is within the IAs themselves, right? Because there are some folks that are probably already, we know are already making over $18 an hour, and now they're going to be kind of sitting while other people are catching up close to them. So that is one level of compression we're aware of. The other level of compression is with regards to then the classified salary structure. Folks that are, if this is a classification 8, when we move to the new structure, it brings them up over to the over classification 12, so between 12 and 13 for those in the specialized programs. So those individuals in the 12 and 13 include, very critical positions within the district, such as secretaries and human resource specialist. So so we recognize this. We did focus on this particular program because we believe so strongly that we have continued through the maintenance of effort requirements under the laws that we have gone to this, had to utilize the contracted situation, and this is one opportunity that hopefully by bringing down the costs overall, then we will be able to then address those other opportunities as we move forward through the year. Okay, thank you.
Well, I really appreciate you bringing this forward, and I know that much of this conversation is about fiscal responsibility, which is certainly very, very important part. But I think that even more important is this, having in-house staff is so important for student stability. And a lot of these students that our instructional assistants are working with need that, they need that same structure and stability, the same person. It helps to increase the trust from parents that they know who is that person that's consistently working with their child. And so I think that even more so for the success of our students, that this is really important. And I know that we're looking at this from fiscally and how it saves us and so forth, but I really think that I just wanted to uplift on how important this is for our students, and it's good for students. And I think you're right. I think that we have to lean into that, even though it creates some challenges, but if we can make some commitments that this is what we're hoping to do down the line, and that we're looking to address those, and just the fact that we can also grow our own program here, that we can make sure we are doing the training of those individuals and so forth. I cannot see a way that it wouldn't benefit our students. So I appreciate you bringing this forward. I also appreciate you letting us know what the plan is to deal with that compression, because that's also forefront too, because we want to make sure that all of our employees feel valued. So thank you. I'm glad we're bringing this forward.
Mrs. Proudfit, any questions or comments?
I would like to give you a standing ovation. I'm so excited to see this on the agenda, and I wanted to thank you for not having it had to be a governing board request, that you're innovating and that you're looking and going over our different programs to improve student outcomes. Coming from the business sector, growing your own is always the best answer. It really is. And having high turnover is a really negative indicator of the health of an organization. I'm so excited to hopefully see more community members and parents being able to plug in this way, who may find a passion in the classroom and with students and with working in our district. I could not be happier about this. I understand this is going to cause compression, and I would ask the employees that might be affected by that to be patient and realize that nothing is being taken from them. I know it is definitely not fun when someone is coming up right behind you, but I would just ask for patience. And if we waited until we had a perfect solution, nothing would ever happen. And this is one very, very, very large step forward. So I'm so excited to see this. I did have one question about funding, potentially with override funds. As we look to address compression, could this possibly be fitting in our second priority there with our special education students? Is there a potential with override funds that we might be able to plug it back into this program to address some of those concerns?
President Rooks, Mrs. Profit, that is absolutely our intent. And as you saw from the presentation, we would look forward to that opportunity as soon as we would be able to do so.
Thank you for that. I just hope community members and students and teachers watching are as excited about this initiative, not just this particular initiative with our educational assistants, but this is setting a tone moving forward into what hopefully we're going to be able to bring to lots of different programs across our district. So thank you very much for bringing this.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. This is very close to my heart. I will say the compression issue, it's always an issue whenever there's a change. We all know that. I'm not dismissing that, some might think they deserve more. But the truth is, the type of people that are instructional assistants, and I have been one, they're selfless. They're going to be excited that this is changing and that they have something, to gain from, and that is even the education. As you were speaking, I was reminding myself back in the day when I came on as I don't even remember what my first position was. I won't even get into that. Several positions in the district, and it's a thankless job. I know I'm preaching to the choir, but it does show that we do value. And Ms. Proudfit brought up the override. And I think the timing of this being brought forward right now shows that we are serious about how we're going to spend the money. I'll speak as one board member, that's hugely important to promote this and say, hey, they're already talking about, changing programs. I will say, as I was making notes when you were speaking, the number one reason that I remember parapros or IAs or whatever term you use, the number one reason that I remember was you were either a parent of children in the district or a grandparent of children in the district. And I had a degree, but I wanted to be with my foster daughter who was struggling, quite a bit. So that is a plus as well to grow within, because they usually start with, hey, I want to be on my kid's schedule, and money isn't super important. So I don't want to dismiss that point. My God, I did not know 1576 we were at that, and I won't even speak to that other than I'm pretty sure McDonald's supervisors make more than that. So thank you. I would give you a standing ovation. For real, I don't even really know what to say. I did see this, and I looked at it the last couple of days, and I'm just like, my God, I'm so grateful that we're leading with excellence. We have a board that I'm confident will vote, hey, the right way to put monies into these programs. But our parapros are needed. Again, I'm preaching to the choir, and to show them that they are valued and to grow our own. I know that you had said some trainings. I will say again, as a parapro, and classroom aide, I think at that time, I was teaching CPI, I was teaching administrator CPI, just to make money on the side, and it was one of the things I really enjoyed. But also, I would like to, in the future, see some of the programs that sister districts have with, hey, do you want to be a teacher? Can we, we've already grown you into our culture, so to speak, now let's just do that natural transition. And so it sounds like that you guys are getting excited in the crowd. And I know we're working with amazing leadership. So I don't really know what to say other than I am so happy that not only are we bringing this forward, but we're bringing it before we vote on an override. Let's be real. And we're showing that, hey, this is what we're actually saying we're going to do, and we're actually going to do it. So thank you again.
Mrs. Bowles, that Grow From Within teacher program's it's on the agenda list. She's smiling because it's
Real quick before I ask my questions, I do want to just kind of, it's my brain's a little foggy, but I believe I remember before you came on, it was like a couple months into Dr. Summers being here, we were both at Sunset Heights Elementary, standing in the parking lot, having a conversation about this subject. Like I remember, and I was like, what's your ideas? What are you brainstorming? Like think outside the box. And so I want to say thank you to you, but I know it might have came a little bit from Summers too, of his thinking outside the box. Because I just remember that conversation probably a year ago now. But
Mrs. Rooks, Governing Board, I do not want to take 100% credit for this in any way, shape, or form. This was a team effort, included Landa and Carrie Burns and Dr. Hernandez and Marcy as well, and so as well as Josh, our HR director. So it was a real team effort and a lot of great discussion and a lot of commitment, and individuals who are very passionate, obviously, about our employees, about our students and their success. And so I think that's how we ended up being here tonight, because we had the most amazing momentum behind it. Everyone like, yeah, this is the time and this is the place.
well, thank you for sharing that, and thank you, staff members, for working on this project with her and for our students. And Dr. Summers, I don't know if you remember that or not, but
Thank you, President Rooks. I do have that recollection as well, and I couldn't say what Mrs. Vicentainer said any better. So
great, awesome. Okay, so I just have a couple quick questions. I tried to write them down quickly. You mentioned the contract. I think it was Zen. Is that correct? Okay. I just didn't know what is our time frame for that contract, keeping it in place. How much did we spend on it? Because if you said they were trying to, do the different numbers, I just want to see what. Is there anything that we can save in that area, I guess?
President Rooks, so Zen is our newest contract agency we brought forward as a proposal to try to reduce our reliance on some of the other contracting agencies. The other contracting agencies are charging us more. And with Zen, I think we have maybe just a handful of IAs at this point. So they're not our largest contracting agency, and they did have one of the other reasons we had moved forward with them, they had the lowest buyout on the contract. So if we wanted to bring someone on board, I think they have to be with us 6 months, and I think it's as low as $1,500. So it's a very low buyout. Whereas some of the other agencies, and I think I'm going blank on a name, but I think one of the buyouts is like $15,000. So we're going to have to be really strategic about those contracting agencies and realizing what we can do. We do have some, and I don't want to be negative about the contract. We do have some amazing contracted staff for sure, and some that have been with us for years and have been really supportive of our programs. Our goal with this is to say yes and come on board with us, because we're going to help you grow and do more if you want to do more. So if you want to become a special education teacher, we will help you get there, and we will. So that is also, a really big part of this program is helping you develop in the role, but also if you want to go beyond the role, that those opportunities are there as well.
Okay, that was going to be my other question, was how, what are, when we have the established IAs through the contractors, and I know that they build those relationships with the students. So I just want to make sure in that transition that we are trying to bring them over here. But then also, how does it affect the students in their daily schedules? So.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, and to speak to that specifically, for the student transitions, we have built into this proposal. So as part of the cost, so I didn't break down all of the miniature things, but we also have built into the cost estimate that there will be that overlap time, so that where students are changing their specific support, that they will have time to get to know them, and then they can learn from the two IAs can learn from each other, and then move forward from there. So so we're trying to make sure that the student transition is as positive as it can be.
Okay. I appreciate the question about the M&O because that was going to be another thing that I was going to address if that could be put into. And then did we reach out to IAs at our schools for feedback and input on this proposal this evening?
President Rex, we did not. Not specifically this time around. We had been talking with individuals, I believe, as we came forward last year and as we developed the training and then the Grow Your Own program. So they have been involved, but this particular program, because we were doing a fast turnaround, we had utilized our prior feedback.
Okay. And then
President Rooks, sorry, Mrs. Vicentainer probably doesn't know this because she wasn't with us in the spring. But Dr. Hernandez does have a little bit more information on this.
oh, good. I love it when Hernandez has information.
President Rooks, yes, we did survey our existing instructional assistants last spring to understand the desire for pay as well as what satisfaction looks like and to determine their interest in that path forward. So as our Teach Peoria, which is our Grow Your Own special education teacher program, gets up and underway, we will have that pipeline established. So that's how we knew that there would be interest there as long as we provided the supports and the training and what that looked like.
Okay, great. My next question was going to be for like the program that you talked about for the trainings when that takes place. What will that look like, and who oversees support at the district level for the IAs, I guess? Like who can they turn to? I don't mean to put, I really didn't, if it was Landa, I did not know that, but I was curious because you talked about that.
That was an excellent setup. Yes, actually, no, I mean, to give full credit, Mrs. Tagli, I'm newer as Landa Ponte, so I apologize. So Landa, I'm just going to stick with Landa. So Landa has really brought forward the proposal for the training, and so we believe it's going to be a combined effort with support for and making sure that we have the right trainers in place. So at this point, typically once Human Resources, gets them through the new hire process and the onboarding and kind of like what it means to be an employee, we do hand them over to the individual departments to make to the next steps. But wherever any additional support is needed, we're going to make sure that this is a sustainable program because we know that that's going to really then really allow us to have that retention. There's nothing more frustrating, and for those of you who know, you go through a training program and then somebody quits like on day 7 of the training. So we know the training is going to be critical for identifying those individuals who are really fit for the positions as well. So it's going to be a multi-level process.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Landa, as well. So yeah, I think that covered all the questions I have. I just wanted to also reiterate that this is a phase approach, and I understand the compression. I saw it through the teacher perspective. Because I just was, as I was learning that on in the governing board role, I was very like, why are we? That doesn't make sense. So I completely understand, and this is like a phase 1. There's going to be a phase 2. There's going to be a phase 3. Just from my part, like I want to see this change. So whatever you need from us, myself, from all of us, and I'm here to support in any way that I can. So that's all the questions I have. But thank you for this and your team for working on this proposal this evening.
Thank you. President Rooks, if I may.
Yes.
I did forget something very important to me, and because I can only speak for myself, but I know I'm speaking for parapros out there, or IAs. The performance and development check-ins are huge. They're huge. Because I personally had performance and development, no check-ins. And when they did check in, they had no idea what my job was. It's just, again, another layer of showing them that we care, we want to keep you, you're valuable, how can we help you? So thank you again, and I hope to see that those are followed through because it's just super important. That was a really bad experience for me. But thank you, that's a big part of being successful, so thank you for that.
All right. Well, if there's no further questions or comments from board members, I just need a motion on the floor.
I motion to approve the revised initial classified hourly placement schedule as presented.
And I'll second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Proudfit and a second made by Mrs. Bowles. And Azure, if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Motion
much.
passes with 4 yeas. Moving on now to 7.2, approval to add new cooperative contract for fiscal year 2026. Mrs. Rodriguez, welcome.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Board. Thank you, President Rooks, members of the Board, Superintendent, and guests here this evening. So the co-op that you see in front of you is a co-op with SAVE, which means another district has written an RFP that we can use. So one of the areas that we are finding a challenge in is for our culinary and some of our food service needs, even to just, go buy snacks for a team meeting. We don't have any walk-in grocery stores anymore. The contract that we currently are using with Fry's is expiring in December. So met with our CTE, with Chad and with his members of his department, and we said we need a solution because we have to have food if we're going to have culinary. So this is one solution of many that we're working on. So this evening, what we're asking is that we approve this to walk into Smart and Final so that they can purchase food from there. Our Director of Procurement is also on a committee that is working statewide because we are not the only school district that has this issue. We're working with actually state procurement to say, hey, can you do something, a state contract to enable us to go in and do the walk-ins? Because we know fresh things have to be, right? You can't just order those online. Well, you can, I guess, but it's better to have that convenience. So this evening, this is one step towards reaching our goal. So we're asking that you approve this co-op to join SAVE to be able to walk into Smart and Final and purchase food items.
Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. We don't have any public comment to this line item. So Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions, just to say that our culinary arts and the food that they produce is amazing. So just wanted to plug them, that's all. But no, this is great. I appreciate you bringing this forward as a way to make sure that they have everything they need in order to make delicious food. So thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments?
I don't. Thank you for looking for solutions to this problem, and I'll just put a bug in the ear of anyone listening. If Fry's, that is a local company, if they would like to provide a discount or provide bulk purchasing that will provide the same pricing as Smart and Final, that would be something we would be grateful and open to discussing if they want an opportunity to support the district.
Great. Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. Our Fry's contract expired, I heard you say. Did we look at any other food entities contract with?
Thank you, Ms. Bowles, President Rooks. As a matter of fact, there were other districts that put an RFP out that got no responses. So Smart Final was the only one who responded to an RFP. Fry's, Safeway, Albertsons, none of them responded to the RFP.
Okay, and so then I just have to say, in 2020 and 2023, Smart and Final happened to be a big voice for DEI, and we have to abide by our policies we've already put into place. I know that we don't dictate what they do. I get it, but I have to say that. And it's unfortunate that we didn't have others to come up to the plate. Did we ask Costco or Sam's Club, or was it just the local grocery stores?
Yes, thank you, Member Bowles, President Rooks. We have reached out to all of those entities to respond to the RFP.
Okay.
And we just are not getting any. We're hoping that the state, because it is a larger entity, will have a little bit more influence on them.
Yeah, I would agree with the state. Thank you.
So I'll just ask a question. I don't know if you want to answer it or Dr. Hernandez, I know has worked a little bit when we run into the DEI initiatives. Is there anything that you guys would recommend in working with the company with those kind of initiatives in place?
President Rooks, I think at this point, what Mrs. Rodriguez said about the other vendors not responding to the RFP. Mrs. Proudfit, I appreciate the nod that you've provided, and we could use some support in initializing those other groups to respond to those RFPs so that we have a greater variety to choose from. But at this point, we do need food in our culinary classrooms. And so from the perspective of the policies that particular company has, those policies are not impacting us from a learning and teaching standpoint so far as the curriculum that we use to teach students the proper ways to handle food, to cook food and whatnot, and the food itself. So I'm comfortable supporting this particular recommendation for the sake of putting food in our classrooms for the culinary purposes. But again, if there's anything anyone can do to support us to have those other vendors respond to those RFPs so that we have a greater breadth to choose from, we would appreciate that support.
Great. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. It's also just so that we have our viewers in our community that are watching as well, so that they know that we're taking it seriously and accountability, while also ensuring that our students have those opportunities in the classroom. So thank you. I appreciate it. I don't have any questions. Fry's, Safeway. We've done a couple Safeway openings, so if they're watching and listening, that would be great. But if anybody has no other further questions, I just need a motion on the floor.
I will move to approve the addition of the Cooperative Contract Save RFP 26-004 EE-31 with the attached Smart and Final Stores LLC summary.
I will second.
So we have a motion made by Mrs. Ewing and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 4 yeas. Thank you, Mrs. Rodriguez. Moving on to 7.3, second read of new policy 5-411, parent attendance at high school sports practices. Dr. Hernandez. Dr. Hernandez, Dr. Summers. Sorry, I was reading the name.
That's a high bar for me.
You know what? If she wants to come up with you, both of your names are on the presented by. So
I think she's got something special planned for a little bit later. So
Okay.
I don't have quite as exciting the flair to go with this item. However, good evening again, President Ricks, Governing Board. This is a second read. We have a few second reads, as you can see in front of us. So on this one, I think, are we on 7.4? We're on 7.3, right? Parent attendance at high school sports practices. So I just wanted to elevate the most significant refinement to this policy from our last conversation that's specific to the check-in requirement. So I just want to hone in on 4.1 of this procedure. So as we discussed last meeting, the initial plan was to have potential guests check in at the main office, which we know is not going to be an option for a number of our sports that are happening outside of school hours. So this procedure will require parents or guardians to notify the head coach or a designated member of the coaching staff, which would be communicated ahead of time in advance of the practice they wish to attend. Notification should be provided prior to the start of practice via email, phone, or in-person communication so the coach is aware. Upon arrival, parents and guardians must check in directly then with the designated coach before moving to the viewing area, and coaches will maintain a record of parent attendance for accountability and safety purposes. So given that edit, as well as everything else that we discussed from last meeting, we believe this current draft that's in front of you is ready for your final read and potential approval. I'll stand ready to answer any questions you may have.
thank you, Dr. Casey Summers.
Oh.
Mrs.
Nice
Ewing?
touch.
Yes. No public comment. Do you have any questions or comments?
Okay, so thank you for making those changes. Just wanted to make sure that we checked in with our athletic director, who checked in with our coaches to make sure that this is feasible. I certainly wouldn't want this check-in process to impede on what they need to be doing and teaching with the teams.
Yes, President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, we've not only clarified this with or through the athletic directors and their respective coaches, but also with site administration. So we are prepared to implement this upon approval.
Okay, great, thank you. And then the second piece is even though this reads that this policy is directed towards parent attendance, can you please explain how this standard is still going to be applied to if there are other individuals attending practice who are not the parents, just because they're not specifically spelled out in this policy?
President Ricks, Mrs. Ewing, I'm going to answer that in two ways. The first is anyone who is attending a practice is expected to follow the same standards of conduct. That said, we did not contemplate as part of this policy that just any member of the community for any given reason can just come and attend a practice. So we are focusing on specifically parents and guardians because they are the ones who are most directly responsible for their children. And that's where we think the policy is best kept, is in that particular zone of proximity, if you will. So that is how it's written. And certainly if a parent or guardian had somebody with them that was a guest, then they would be expected to steward that individual in much the same way. But we're not opening this up to just anybody that can show up for obvious safety reasons as well.
Okay, great. And given that, I'm sure that part of it is that they would be notifying the coach, hey, this person's going to be in attendance and so forth. And so we set that, our coaches with that first team meeting set that standard that we need to be very clear about who is there watching the students. So just wanted to make sure that that's clear. And I appreciate you explaining that. Thank you.
And I'll just add, thank you for that. Communication is always key. Yes.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you for the rewrite of this. I feel much, much, much more comfortable with this. I don't anticipate that we're going to have a huge rush of parents at these practices, but for those parents or legal guardians, which I very much appreciate that language, because I don't want random people from the community out and about on our campuses. I don't want to open that door, particularly in these athletic or in any student event. The only thing that I would like to see added is for the check-in requirement. A lot of our coaches are also teachers. And if you have a practice that starts at 3, I want the coaches to be able to have an opportunity to read their email and or phone and be able to ensure that that adult is allowed to be there for that student. So I guess what I'm requesting is add in point 2, notification should be provided prior to the start of practice. Just provide no less than 4 hours before practice. I just want to give those teachers a chance to actually receive and absorb that information. So it's not just like a parent's in the parking lot, oh, I emailed, and then we put coaches in an awkward position. So, I think 4 hours is appropriate, or if you have another suggestion for that.
I'm thinking on the spot. The reason, and President Ricks, Mrs. Profit, I appreciate what you're saying. We're not at all trying to create a situation where this is just sprung on a coach at last minute's notice. And at the same time, I just wonder if 4 is maybe a little bit arbitrary, if we could maybe keep it still with as much advance notice as possible. And that said, if it's like right before a practice, that's probably not that much advance notice.
Right.
So that's where I think we're verging a little bit into, that's a procedural element and this is what's interesting about how this policy is being written, and we'll notice this with some other policies as well, that there's as much procedure in this one as there is policy in this one.
Yeah.
I would recommend, because I actually think we've got this pretty well covered, that this is not something that we need to go down to that specific level of detail with unless it becomes an issue. So with your blessing on that, I think we're okay the way that it reads. I mean, certainly we can say with as much advance notice as possible. I don't know if that's too vague. So I appreciate what you're trying to say, but I also think our coaches do a good job of just that back and forth communication.
I'm thinking more for the sports where there's, again, my daughter plays volleyball. She knows every parent, every guardian, probably the grandparents, but there are sports, track, swim, that are a little bit more open, but there's also so many kids, there's no way that the coach can possibly know every parent. So I just want to ensure that we're thinking about that safety point. You're right, this would be a procedural thing, so this might be something that we implement and then kind of check back. Particularly with track and swimming, though, I see the biggest issues because we have the largest amount of students, I think, participating in those, where the coach might not have as personal a relationship. So just, keeping that in mind, and again, my main concern
Yep.
is just ensuring that we work so hard to keep our campuses safe and locked down for our employees and for our students, and I just don't want this to become a loophole, so to speak.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
Yes, I think to Ms. Proudfit's point, saying that to notify the head coach or a designated member of the coaching staff, let the coaches coach. They can determine who that staff member is. In track, it could be a shot put, person that's standing there. So I like that, how that says that. And again, leaving room for them to coach and do what they're paid to do. I like how this is written. Thank you, because it, unfortunately, we've got to every angle think about safety. One of the main things that I think about when something like this is restraining orders. And there's been, I won't get into that, but we've had, over the years in other campuses, other districts, and as well as ours. But even more so, I think it, for those coaches that may not know some of the people on their team, it might help them to say, hey, I got to know some of those people. So I just think it's really well written. So thank you for redesigning it and leaving room for coaches to coach. Thank you.
Thank you.
That criminal trespass is later on in the evening, Mrs. Bowles, so I love how you always know what we're going to do. No, thank you, Dr. Summers. I appreciate working on this policy so that we can have the safety aspect that the board was talking about, but then also ensuring that we value our parents and their partnership with their students. And I just know that parents get excited when they see their kid practicing, because a lot of parents maybe sometimes can't make the games, or it's just chaos, and just being able to sit there and watch their kid practice, I think, is just really important to emphasize in our district as well, in that partnership. So thank you. I appreciate your hard work on this.
President Ricks, if I may.
Yes.
I motion to approve 7.3, second read of the new policy 5-411, parent attendance at high school sports practices.
I will second. So I have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by myself, Azure, and if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
President Ricks?
Yes.
Thank you.
And motion passes with 4 yeas. Moving on to 7.4, second read, new policy 3-405, Valley Schools Insurance Group, VSIG, compliance to liability settlement policy. Dr. Casey Summers, would you like to present?
Thank you, President Ricks, governing board members. No changes or edits to this particular policy from our last meeting, but we stand ready for any questions that you may have.
All right. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions? We don't have any public comment either on this one, so.
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit? Mrs. Bowles? I don't have any questions, but I just want to say thank you to Clerk Toby, who's not here this evening. I know he worked on this policy with Dr. Summers, so I just want to say thank you to him and Dr. Summers for this policy. So with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I'll motion to approve 7.4, second read, new policy 3-405, Valley School Insurance Group, VSIG, compliance to liability settlement policy.
I will second.
So I have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please, Asher.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
President Ricks?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 4 yeas. Moving on to 7.5, second read of revised policy 3-402, records. Dr. Summers.
Good evening again, President Ricks, governing board members. I hate to sound like a broken record, but there are no changes or edits to this particular policy as part of the second read, but we do stand ready for any of your questions.
All right, we don't have any public comment time to this line item. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Ms. Proudfit? No. Mrs. Bowles? No, I don't have any either. So with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I'll motion to approve the new procedure 3-203, B, visitors criminal trespassing
Mrs. Bowles, that's
Wrong
the
one.
wrong one. It's okay.
You're just ahead.
It's 7.5.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am ahead of you. Motion to approve revisions, to policy. Let me make sure this is correct.
3-402.
Motion to approve 7.5 second read revised policy 3-402 records.
I will second.
So I have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could please run us through a voice vote, please.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 4 yeas. Moving on to 7.6, second read of new procedure 3-203.b, visitors, criminal trespass issuing reinstatement and review process. Mr. Molino, Dr. Summers switched on me. Welcome.
Members of the Governing Board, Dr. Summers, Cabinet, and guests, bring forward the second read of this procedure with one change. Is item number 3 in red, which is the notification to a victim. And that was one of the board members' requests from last meeting. At this time, we're available for questions.
Thank you. We don't have any public comment to this line item. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I just want to say thank you, Mr. Molino and Dr. Summers, for putting that in there, that just so we can make sure that all of our staff and students feel safe, that should this be a criminal trespass order be revoked or so forth, that we can make sure that they feel safe. So I just really appreciate that you added that in. So thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions or comments? Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments? I don't have any either, but thank you, Mr. Molino, working, I believe, was with Clerk Toby on this policy as well, so I appreciate that from both of you. So with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I'll motion to approve the new procedure 3-203B, visitor criminal trespass, issuing reinstatement and review process as presented.
I will second.
So a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit, and if you could please run us through a voice vote.
President Rooks?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 4 yeas. Thank you, Mr. Molino. Moving on now to 8 discussion items. 8.1, Business Services Update, Financial Transparency. Ms. Rodriguez, welcome back. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Good evening again, Board. Thank you, President Rooks and board members and community members this evening. So I am here to tell a story. So we see data all the time. We're looking at data. Where does Peoria Unified stand compared to our national averages, state averages, our peer district data? So we're going to look at some data this evening, and I'm going to try to help tell you a story about what that means to us here at Peoria. So I'm going to start at the way high level, national. So national per pupil, we know for years Arizona has been amongst the lowest in the country. We see this data all the time. And so just want to give us some, let's just level, okay, where is Arizona rank? $11,431 per pupil. National is $16,560. Well, what does that mean to Peoria? Where are we in those rankings? So we take our fiscal responsibility very seriously here in Peoria. And I think that the funds that we've been entrusted with, the community expects us to be good stewards of the money that they give us, and we're committed to using those resources wisely. So for this evening, I just want to go through a few data points to share with our community how we're spending that money. So this is a report that's published annually from the Arizona Auditor General. And lots of information on this page. So we're going to break it down as we go through our presentation and kind of see what this means for us and how we spend and invest our money. So we're going to start with instruction. The most important things we do in this district is we provide instruction to our students. That is our main objective, center of our strategic framework. So we are at 57.2% of are funds that, that we have, we invest in instruction. Then you can see down the line, student support, instructional support, administration, plan operations, food service, and transportation. Those are kind of all the big operational areas. So you may ask, what's included in each of these? Well, let me give you a little bit of insight to that. So instruction is primarily what you think about, what happens in the classroom with teachers and instructional supplies and aids and field trips, and athletics is actually looked at as instruction, so that's part of an instructional expense. And then we have support services, and as you can see at the top, it says classroom spending. So the Auditor General has kind of grouped these three areas together that they all provide support in the classroom in some way or another. So I looking at that student support, it was brought to my attention by Ms. Ewing, thank you very much, that there were a couple of areas that were missing in there. And that would be including our psychologist, our physical therapist, our occupational therapist. They're also included under the student support. And then instructional support, you'll see librarians are in there. And then, of course, all of our amazing curriculum team that does everything to support our teachers in their learning as well, in their growing in their professional development. So that's with the classroom side of the spending. Now we go to the non-classroom side. So we have the administration component, the plant, operations, transportation, food service. Plant and ops, transportation, food service, that's pretty self-explanatory, right? Those are delivery models that we can all kind of understand what those mean. Administration, on the other hand, gets a little bit more blurred. So we have amazing principals and assistant principals that fall under this administration, but we feel they really are impacting what's happening in the classroom as well. So they're really an important component to that. They're also important for the safety and the growth of our teachers. But they are classified as administration in this particular definition. But you also see what else is in there. All of the operations, all the business department is in there. All the IT department is in there. And that's everybody. That's the secretaries, that's even the principals, administrative assistants and secretaries, they're in that administration as well. So it's kind of a big catch-all for a lot of other things that happen outside of that classroom. So just wanted to reiterate where the Auditor General gets their data from. So part of what I feel is important whenever I'm telling a story and I'm using data points is that you understand where that data is coming from. So at the end of this presentation, I have a couple of slides in there. If you are so curious, board members or members of our community, that you would like additional information about the data that I'm sharing this evening, you can go and click on those links and you can actually see that data source that I'm referring to this evening. So the annual financial report is something that school districts file every October. I will be coming to you next month, which is sooner than I can believe it is, right, in a couple of weeks, and presenting our annual financial report. And that tells you how we spend all of our money. So we'll be having another conversation about how we've spent our money this last year. This data I'm sharing with you this evening is lagging. So it's from 2024 because we haven't presented our data and uploaded it to the state yet. These reports typically come out like in February. So we can share this every year if it's something that the board feels is valuable. But I wanted to point out when they're including all of this data and these percentages, it's all funds. It's not just our maintenance and operation, which is our big pot of money, but it's all of our grant funds, it's all of the ESSER funds for the last couple of years that we've spent, because it was in 24 that we still had ESSER funds. And so when you look at comparing districts to each other, you have to think about those variables, right? So some districts have more ESSER funds than others. Some districts have more title money than others. Some districts have override higher percentages than others. There are districts in the state that also get DSEG money. And so that was from a complaint a long, long time ago, and that money has never gone away. So there are districts, and I will show you the list, so let's just move on to our list. So here are comparable districts. These are like the top big districts in the state that we're comparing us to, and only unified. So there are a couple of union districts that only do high school that are up there, but I'm only going to look at unified for this evening's purposes because I think that makes a little bit more comparable data. So what stands out when you're looking at this data is, why does Tucson Unified spend so much more per pupil? What do we know about Tucson Unified? So they have high title monies that they receive, but they also are a DSEG district. So they're receiving millions of dollars in DSEG to help support their programs as well. And which was surprising to me because I looked at Mesa and I looked at Scottsdale too. Both of those districts receive DSEG money. I was very surprised about that, but they do. So when we're looking operational spending, and you can look at this saying, yes, we spend a little bit less per pupil, but maybe that's because we're really efficient. And when we're allocating our funds. And so these are just some operational observations that I'm making that people would see if they looked at these comparisons. But what is really, really impressive to me is even though maybe we spend less per pupil in some of those districts, look where we are about how we invest our money in the classroom. We're way above the state average, but this tells me, and this is one of our KPIs, when we're looking at stewardship of resources as one of our strategic frameworks, investing more money in the classroom and instruction is one of our KPIs. That's one of our goals. And so when you're hearing things about efficiencies, and tonight was a perfect example when we're revisiting how we invest money in special ed. Now maybe we're going to save some money there, but we're also going to grow the richness of our programs. And so that balance of investing and then really assessing how successful that investment was. And Dr. Hernandez and I have that conversation all the time. Okay, we're going to put this new program in place. How are we managing and monitoring that the way we've invested this money is really having the outcomes and benefiting our students? So I'm very happy to see this instructional percentage so high that this is where we invest our money, because that is the place where we do the work. So this is just another kind of a trend. So we compare ourselves to the state, we compare ourselves to other districts, but let's compare ourselves to ourselves, right? So do we keep getting better every year? And we do. What our percentage of instructional and spending was last 23, 24 is higher than that. And my hope is when I come back and I share 25, it'll be higher than 24. So that is our goal. So one of the other components that the report that the Auditor General publishes is looking at average salaries. So what I can tell you is about the district average salaries is this is base salary, but we here at Peoria have many, many other opportunities for our teachers to have compensation as well in different areas. So although this is base, I believe that there are a lot of other compensations that aren't identified in this graph. And then this is, again, comparing ourselves to ourselves. How well do we do? Have we been putting steady increases in our compensation for our teachers? And I would say, yes, in the last couple of years, we've made some great strides. What you see at that bottom bar in the gray is the amount of classroom site fund money that our teachers receive. So that is an ongoing conversation that we have about how we invest that classroom site fund money back into our teachers. And as you can see, we've increased it a little. And then we're having conversations right now as what does that look like for next year when we come to the board in February and March and say, hey, this is our recommendation. We would like to see a little bit more going into our teacher pay. So this is just kind of giving you that baseline, and then know that we're always looking at how we can increase compensation for our teachers. So here's a point of conversation that we have about administrative spending and the percentages. So when I'm looking at this, and as I mentioned earlier, it's about principals, assistant principals, all the people that work in the business office and the IT department, and we look at this ratio compared to other districts. Now, when you look at us by state, we're fine. But what I do know is that unlike a lot of other districts, we have assistant principals at every one of our campuses. We know that having an assistant principal at every one of our campuses promotes safety for our students, and that instructional support and the instructional leadership for our teachers as well. So when I look at this, I think that we are right on par where we should be. And this is why I say that. So this is another look at efficiency. So we're always looking for efficiencies. We're always looking for ways to improve our process. This is something that's also in that Auditor General Classroom Spending Report. If you look at that spending per pupil, we're comparable with our peers. But you look at the student per administrative position. So we have 88 students for every one administrative position. Look at the others. So that's another measure. So there's data that you can look at in different ways to tell the story about how efficient we're really being. So that saying that we're comparable, I think, is good data for us to look at. A couple of other areas that we're really running efficiently are our plant operations and our food service departments. You can see we are actually lower in our cost than our comparable districts. Those programs are running very well, and so the management in those areas is doing a fabulous job in keeping costs down. So I'm just going to pause there for a moment. That was a lot of information. Is there any questions at this point before I move on to our next couple of slides, or do we want to wait till the end?
Would you like to ask a question, Mrs. Ewing, or do you want, okay.
I just wanted to make sure there wasn't any public comment, or if we can.
No, there is no public comment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just checking in on that. So on, let's see, we are on page 16. So on page 12, when we look at classroom spending, 12, slide 12, that's.
Okay. This one.
Yes. So peer districts' average salaries. When we look at this, Peoria is lower here as far as salaries, but do we know the districts that we're comparing them, their overrides? Is it 13%, 15%? Because I know that whether you have a 13% or 15% in place, that limits your ability for salaries.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ewing and President Rooks. If I may, I am not certain that they all have 15%, but I will tell you from my experience, I have never seen a district have less than 15%. So I would say, yes, the majority of them do, with the exception of Deer Valley, which I know their override did not pass last fall. But I don't know if that's reflected here yet, because those cuts would have taken place, or the freeze would have taken place this year. So remember, this is 24 data.
And then as far as like assistant principals at every school, I know that that was part of our override before, but I can say that when we went through the pandemic, that those assistant principals and principals many times were helping actually move into the classroom when we had those teacher shortages, or people had to be out for long periods of time due to, what was that called? Quarantine, thank you. When they had to be quarantined, yes. And so I think that I think those individuals are really important in the classrooms because that means that we're always having a qualified individual in front of our students, and that's really, really important. So I think that unbeknownst to us, actually having that in place was really helpful for our students and being able to cover those classrooms at that time. So I just wanted to mention that.
Mrs. Profit, do you have any questions?
I did. I
Okay.
actually, just for people watching, so the DSEG money we're talking about is desegregation money. Would you just, for anyone watching who doesn't know what that is, would you just give a quick little blurb just so we're all on the same page? This is going to be a presentation that I'm going to be sharing out with a lot of people, so I just want to make sure we answer that question.
Yes, so thank you, Member Profit and President Rooks. So there was a lawsuit filed, that an OCR complaint, and it was against several districts in the state, and it was a long time ago. And that money was given to them to comply and to rectify some of the issues that were addressed at that time. But it has continued over several years. And it is a tax to the property tax payers of those districts. That's how that money is generated. So for those districts, and I know there's been conversations over the course of my career about whether DSEG should be allowed to continue or not, and those taxes be allowed. But until there is some legislation or something that's put into place, it will continue.
And just to clarify, Peoria Unified does not have any desegregation money currently, and the amount of money that is received from some of these districts is a large amount of money.
Yes, Ms. Profit and President Rooks, that is correct. Peoria Unified does not receive any of that money. And yes, some of the districts that are receiving it are receiving amounts in the millions.
Mm-hmm. All that to say, the combination of the DSEG money and also that we've been operating for the past, 6 years at 2% less of an override of our neighboring districts. All that to say, we do a lot more with a lot less. We are a very fiscally conservative district, and I just wanted to point that out as we continue to go through the presentation.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I appreciate this, and it's well presented, so at different angles where a layperson could understand that language. And on your peer district's average salaries, I like that you pointed out that base salary, that's what it shows, right? But our district happens to give quite a bit of compensation. Like to echo what Ms. Profit just said, again, the override and the questions we're getting and why are we doing this or that, I appreciate you pointing that out. It would be nice if we knew not all the numbers. I don't even want those many numbers in my head. But if we did have an average or something, like compared to our sister districts or something, that would be useful. But I appreciate you pointing that out. Thank you.
I just have 2 questions, and we can continue on with your presentation. So thank you for doing this tonight. With respect to page 5, this classroom spending report, I know you mentioned administration, that's at 9.4%. I know that this was a question at one of the meetings that Ms. Profit, Dr. Summers, myself attended. So could you break down, I know you mentioned assistant principals, but could you break down what in that percentage is outside of the principal and assistant principal positions at our schools?
So thank you, President Rooks, for that question. So there are, and I apologize, I don't have the exact, all of those numbers. And the reason for that is when this is prepared and presented, this information includes all funds. So in breaking all of those funds down, the AFR, which we will be presenting next month, I will be able to share with you exactly what those percentages are in each of those areas. But you can see from this slide that principals and assistant principals are a very small part of the overall, although they are a big deal to us because they support our schools. But I will promise you to provide that detail on October 9th when we're presenting the AFR.
Thank you, I appreciate it, because that's just a lot, that was a lot of the questions around that, and so I just would love to have that addressed so that community members watching online, or if they want to come and attend that next board meeting to hear that presentation, because I think that that would be beneficial. Also, just real quick, the classroom spending portion on page 5, I believe in past, we've had a higher percentage in instruction and a lower percentage in student support. And I just didn't know if you might know why there was an increase in that percentage and like a decrease in instruction and an increase in student support.
So, and actually, that's interesting that you ask that because I had the same question. Thank you, President Rooks. And looking at the ebbs and flows, because we do look at ebbs and flows in these percentages, and we have to recognize that there are some times where we're putting additional supports in place. So it could be as simple as some of that percentage is going to plant and ops maybe, because that plant and operations was more expensive that year because we had to repair something that we normally wouldn't have had to. So, and then the shift in the student support is where they're, and that's going to be contracted services for our special needs students. And so when you're seeing an increase in the cost and what we're paying to support our special needs programs, you're going to see that uptick in the student support area. Although we know those providers provide direct instruction and support to our students, it goes into that other bucket as opposed to the instruction bucket. So that's kind of when I see those shifts happening.
Thank you for explaining that. And I love that, you guys, the cabinet and Dr. Summers are working on addressing that issue so that maybe we can bring down those costs, just so that the community can see that we are thinking of ways to also save money, God bless you, to save money in our budget so that they see that there is accountability and transparency. So I appreciate you guys working on lowering that percentage and just trying to make sure that we ensure fiscal responsibility so that our community can support what we're doing on this path. So thank you, I appreciate that. I have 2 more, but I can wait till the end because I want to keep going through your presentation. Thank you.
President Rooks, can I add something, please?
Yes,
Thank
Mrs.
you.
Ewing.
So I would think that another thing that's maybe not captured in this, because coming out of COVID, there was, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong on this, there's an increase in students who are on IEPs that would need all of those additional supports there. And so I don't know if we have any data to reflect. I just know that when I've looked at research before out there, the number of additional needs of our students in the classroom compared to what it used to look like is much higher. And so I was just wondering if that's maybe also a factor to consider with this, and if you have any information on that as well.
Mrs. Ewing, but real quick, Ms. Rodriguez, I saw Dr. Hernandez possibly maybe wanting to answer that, so I just wasn't sure if you'd like to. I was watching because I know she might have the answer.
President Profit, Mrs. Ewing, so that is partially correct, and I wouldn't want to speak without having the numbers in front of me, so I'd be happy to provide those numbers of IEPs across the last several years to confirm what that looks like.
That would be great, thank you.
And Ms. Rodriguez, if you want to back that up too to Mrs. Ewing, I was watching Hernandez. She really was like, I was like, is she going to reach for the button? I don't know. So
Thank you, President Rooks and Member Ewing. So that is another area that I look at. So when I am evaluating where we are in relation to our peer districts is the percentage of special needs students to our general population, our overall enrollment. And yes, those numbers have been creeping up. I don't have the exact numbers, but I am watching that happen. And it's not only happening here, it's happening across all member districts. So I'm looking at those and how do we rank and do we have more, and then having the conversation with our special ed department and how they support and what they see as trends. So we are watching that data. So thank you for acknowledging that as well.
Oh, good. Okay, would you like to continue? Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Okay, so the next half of my presentation is going to talk a little bit about some of the risk analysis and then some of the efficiencies that we are putting into place. So you've kind of looked at the data, kind of tells you the story, but the big story is how are we managing our budget overall? And so probably about 3 or 4 years ago, the Auditor General actually started doing a financial risk analysis of all school districts. And this came to light because we did have some school districts that were getting in financial trouble. And we were feeling like nobody was watching. Like, who's watching? Who's monitoring that, right? I mean, you as governing board members, you hold us accountable as an administration to trust us to manage the money that the public's entrusted us to. But the Auditor General said, we need to start watching. So they've published this report, and there's 6 kind of high areas that they look at. Change in student enrollment, because that can be a factor, because when you lose students, you lose budget capacity, right? The other thing is they look at is your reserves, and then what our capital budget is, how much money we transfer from capital to our M&O, and the operating ratios and the margins that we have. I am so proud of this district and how well it's been managed financially. I walked into a very stable district, and this was, a big part. And thank you to Michelle, who was here before me, and the management that she had and the oversight that she had of our financials. So I want to thank Ms. Myers for that. So a couple of things that you see here where there's negatives, and us accountants, we never like to see red and negative, but the change in the student count, we know that. We're watching that. We're looking at the enrollment. We're looking at the decline in the enrollment. That's nothing that we are not aware of, and are making efforts to determine how do we make that shift and increase the enrollment. Now, some of it we know, the demographers told us there's just population, right? There's just a population change where there's, not as many children coming up into our system, but there's also other reasons, and we're looking at that as an administration. We're looking at that and listening to our community as well. These community meetings have been invaluable, and the voice of the community. So that's an area we will be able to hopefully improve upon. So what happens when enrollment goes down, your budget capacity goes down, but there are fixed costs, right? Just like in your house. I still have to pay the electric bill. I still have to, pay our leases. We still have to buy supplies. We still have to support our students in the classroom. We still have administrators that are running the schools that we still have to pay. So you see a little bit of dip into our reserve. Now, here's what I'll say. Thank goodness that we have reserve for times like this, where you see the declining enrollment. Yes, do we make adjustments to, if we're losing students, then there's got to be some adjustments in staffing as relation to that? Yes, we do that. But what we need to remember with school district budgets is it's real-time funding. I'm going to say we're going to have X amount of students in our budget, and that's what we're going to staff for, but what if they don't come? It's going to impact me this year. I can't catch up to that until next year. So, but I just want everyone to know that this is a very good report. I've looked at other district reports, and if we were at risk, there would be a red letter saying at risk on it. We have none of that. So thank you for that, Michelle, and district administrators. This is just to remind our constituents, we are held accountable by all different types of agencies, all different types of reports, that we have transparency. All of our information and a lot of these reports is published on our website, as a matter of fact, and then I've told you that I have the resources at the end of this presentation. If anybody would like to see any information about Peoria, I have provided them links. So I just want to highlight a couple of things. The governing board, 2024, refinance some bonds. And this is a way that we've saved our taxpayers money, because the refinancing lowered the interest rates so that their tax dollars now aren't having to pay us back as much bonds as what we had originally sold. So $5.6 million, that's a lot of money, and the district will continue to look for that. As a matter of fact, when I walked in the door, I reached out to our bond broker and said, hey, let's take a look at our restructuring, and are there ways that we can save money in doing another refi? So I'm looking at those numbers as well. And then, of course, we always brag about this is really a great district. We receive recognition and prestigious awards every year. So this one is an example of the excellence, this certificate of excellence that we get from ASBO International. And then we also get a GFOA, government official organization, where we receive that as well. And I will be working with Ms. Airy to do a press release on that. And then finally, just some ways that we're looking at efficiencies. I mean, it's just an overall best practices, like evaluating the practices of our departments, assessing our staffing models, assessing our class sizes to make sure that we're reviewing those ratios. But it's always, always important when we do that, that we're not impacting the student learning as a result. So we have class sizes that are, you know, some high, some low. Special needs classes have different ratios. So our overall class size may be one number, but that's not what individual classes always look like. And then just always identifying, always reaching out to how can we bring in additional resources and revenue to the district. You know, are there grant opportunities? Are there community collaborations? Are there revenue opportunities that we are not taking advantage of that we could? So all of those things, I'm having conversations across the district and all the departments to really assess where we are in each one of these areas, because it is one of our strategic framework goals, is to be fiscally responsible, transparent, and move more money back into the classroom. And when we save in these other areas, we have that money to invest in the classroom. Okay, that was a lot. So that's all of the information I have, with the exception of if you want to go online and see the resources. There's some links to the resources of the data that I shared with you this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, for that presentation. I appreciate it. Does anybody have other questions? Mrs. Ewing?
Yes. On the slide 18, when there's a mention of the AAA credit rating reaffirmed by S&P. Can you talk a little bit about the requirement that, or what it takes to have that AAA credit rating?
Yes, thank you, Member Ewing, President Rooks. So what they look at, and I've been through many rating calls in my career, that they look at your financials, of course. They want to see your reserves. They want to see that you're a good risk, because that's really what it's assessing, right? So this rating tells our investors, are they a good risk? Do I want to sell bond? Do I want to buy their bonds? Are they going to pay me back? You know, and the higher that rating, the better rates you get, because you're a good investment, right? So all of our financials and everything that we kind of went through with how, you know, they look at all of our reports. There are our audit report that we file, the comprehensive audit report, our financials. They go back a couple of years. One of the things that they do is they interview the CFO. So that also is a critical position in districts when they're having these conversations, because just knowing what that CFO's management style is and how they are fiscally responsible and take ownership of managing the district and how knowledgeable they are, that's a factor in it as well. So this, again, Ms. Myers, you know, just did a stellar job when she was here, and she left this district in really good condition, and I'm sure that a lot of that rating is for her expertise as well.
And I seem to remember that Mrs. Myers talked about that there's best practices on the percentage of reserves that you should have in there. I don't know if you can speak to that.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ewing and President Rooks. So There is some best practice guidelines that are given just across, and we call it the GAP, GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. And it's really about a 2 to 3 month reserve that we would say. So anywhere from, a 12 to a 20% in reserve. Think about your household income. This is how I like to look at it. My household income, I like to have at least 3 months in the bank as a reserve in case there was ever an emergency that happened. And so that's how I like to look at the way we manage our funds as a district, is having that reserve in there, because you never know if there would be something like a pandemic or a drop in enrollment, or, just those things which we've had reserved to be able to protect us from some of those unforeseen things.
And I can remember just this past year that there were times where there was federal funding that was withheld for a short period of time, and there was other districts who were going into the red, but our district, because we were in the position where we were fiscally responsible and we had those reserves in place, that we were able to let our staff know that we weren't going to be having any sort of impact with that. So I appreciate that, and that was a great, that was just a great communication to give out to our staff. Hey, it's okay, we've got this, and we have the reserves in place. So focus on teaching the kids in the classroom. So I appreciate that. And I know that having like numerous conversations with Dr. Summers, and when we've looked at the strategic plan, that we've looking at page or slide number 20, having efficiencies across the board. Oftentimes, I think all of the board members here, we do get a lot of questions about, can we have better student-teacher ratios, and how can we really make sure our staffing model is set up to make sure that our students are optimized to having as much academic success as they can. So I appreciate that in our strategic plan, that we're always working to find efficiencies there, but also working to provide a model that's best for student success. So I just wanted to add that in there, and I'll pass it over to my other board members. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfoot, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you so much for the presentation. It is very, very understandable, and I look forward, like I said, to sharing this out. I wanted to speak to the reserves, obviously exactly what Ms. Ewing and what you spoke of in the presentation. We are not a district that has to worry about that because of how conservative we have been financially. And it's a little bit of a dance because, yes, we want lots of reserves, but we also don't want problems happening and we're not spending reserves that we might be spending. And so I appreciate that as we're looking to efficiencies always and making sure our percentages are correct, that we've also been looking at ways to spend that would be the most impactful for our students. And all this always comes back to continuity for our students and giving our students the very, very best and being good stewards of the taxpayer dollars. So thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, just a few comments. Thank you for the presentation. Again, it's very well put together and very understandable for us to re-explain to thousands of people out there. I think to have reserves is important, and I understand that. But I think one of the most, I'm trying to think of a professional word, irritating things to me is when I hear, oh, we have all these reserves, we have to spend them before they take them back. I know in this district we have, for the most part over the last 5-6 years, really spent wisely and not having too much in a fund and saying, oh, we're just going to go buy a bunch of furniture because we got to spend the money or it's going to go away. Well, that's not really our money to just spend, right? It's taking money from our taxpayers. It's taking money off my table. And we've been conscious of that, and I appreciate that. Obviously, Ms. Myers did an amazing job, and your presentations are great. I don't think I've ever seen this detailed. And again, the transparency is huge for constituents and overrides and things that we're getting questions on. So I thank you for that. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Yes, I appreciate everybody's comments up here. I think from what standpoint, when we're talking about the reserves, I would love to know, I mean, I don't know if you have it tonight or if it's can be presented at the next meeting of how much we have in reserves, because I think what a lot of taxpayers get frustrated with, I'm gonna use your terminology, Janelle, is when they hear other school districts that have a higher percentage of reserves and they're not utilizing it, and then they go out to the community and they ask for more money. I think, so if we can somehow also in an informational piece of like what we did tonight, if we can show how much do we have in reserves, how much has it grown or increased or decreased from yearly spending, so then that way you can kind of get a bigger picture of the reserves and seeing the differences between school districts that just hold on to that money and don't utilize it properly versus to what we have, and seeing what ways that we can save money for those rainy day things, but then also what ways can we think outside the box of utilizing those funds for things that are a necessity too. So.
Thank you, President Rooks, for that setup, because next month I'm going to be coming to you with our AFR, and our AFR will have all of that information in it for you. So this is great, and so that I can prepare to share out with the AFR some of the areas that you would like to emphasize and highlight. So thank you for that.
Absolutely, that was my plan all along, to set it up for the next meeting. So. If no board members have any further questions, thank you so much for this presentation to not only us, but also to our community that are watching online and here in the boardroom. So thank you.
Thank you for the time. Thank you.
Moving on now to 8.2, athletics ticket pricing. Dr. Hernandez. I'm glad I didn't say Dr. Summers, mishap the names there again.
Good, and then we'd be even. Well, good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. Thank you for the opportunity to bring forward some context and background on an operational aspect of Peoria Unified's athletic program. So before we do any scuba diving, which is not a sport we offer for the record, into ticket pricing, I'd like to take just a moment to make some adjustments to our learning environment. I do believe I have a lovely assistant here who's going to help us get in the zone. Get it? Zone? Come on, Mr. Ernster said you'd get that one. And so we do have some gear that we'd like you to slip on real quick, if you wouldn't mind, lovely assistant.
Man, Clerk Toby is missing out on this too, so.
And while you're getting your gear, I'm also going to slip into my gear here. I understand that at our sites, when they have events, the ticket taker wears one of these. So I'm going to put this on. And I would like you to note what's on the back of mine. Just so you know, Mrs. Proudfit. And I do believe we have a few others, right, lovely assistant here?
Yes, we do. Just
also,
making sure I have my penalty flags ready.
That's right. We're full on here. There we go. We've got some jerseys for cabinet over here because we really want to make sure no one's left out. So I've got my old school tickets here that I'm just going to leave on the counter here, and I just, again, want to make sure that you all remember. As your ticket taker for this evening, I'll also double serve as security for our room. All right, now you don't get to actually keep those, so don't get too attached. But don't worry, I'm also not going to make you put on the eye black to really get in the zone. I teed you up again. There we go. All right. But while we're all geared up and repping for our schools, I'd like to pause for just a moment and recognize the incredible team it takes to make athletics in our district happen. From students who do all the things to parents who do all the trips to the bleachers, the stands, to the coaches and the athletic directors who are doubling as teachers and assistant principals, and their incredible athletic secretaries who do all the things and are all the glue that hold it all together. We say thank you, thank you, thank you. And to the fans who came out in support and cheered last year for the 5,208 student athletes at our high schools, I say thank you as well. So now that we're in the zone, got it? This evening's presentation is going to cover 6 key areas as we'll build upon understanding the $1 ticket increase for the 25-26 school year. So first, I'll provide some clarification relative to which specific sports have ticket fees and looking at the 24-25 school year compared to 25-26. Then we'll look at the types of passes and the associated costs between 24-25 and 25-26. We'll look at an example of market analysis of fees relative to like districts of comparable size using varsity football. We'll take a look at high-level overview of our revenue and our expenses for the overall K-12 athletics program. We'll look at some specific areas where we are experiencing continued increases in our expenses, and then we'll conclude with a snapshot of the communications strategies that were implemented prior to the start of the athletic season and our school year. So we'll begin by anchoring back into the 24-25 school year and remembering that our athletic programs are entirely self-funded relative to game operations. And I'll tell you, if you start looking droopy on me, we're going to take this sports analogy to a new level and we'll introduce some cardio-based conditioning.
Well, I think we don't have a participant right now with his jersey at least laid on his suit there, superintendent. There we go. Oh, see? Got to represent.
Thank you for
there you
catching
go.
that.
That's he can do sit like that. That's perfect.
Class.
Sorry, I had to let the teacher know.
Where's the foul flag? There it is. Got a foul on the play.
I had to let you know, Dr. Hernandez.
Thank you. No, you don't get to be ejected. Nice try. So with our programming, our costs to attend were $6 for adults and $4 for students, seniors 65 plus, and our military, along with children aged 5 and below at no cost. In 24-25, football, volleyball, wrestling, soccer, basketball, and track were the only sports requiring ticketed costs. Golf, cross-country, swim, baseball, softball, badminton, and tennis did not have a ticketed entrance cost. As an aside, in order to sell tickets, the venue hosting the event must also have an identified main entrance. In the 24-25 school year, high school bookstores sold 2 types of passes, with the first being a family pass for $175, which covered the cost of 2 adults and 2 K-8 students. The second pass was a high school student pass for $50, which was applicable for any of our high school students. Our bookstores reported selling a limited number of these passes, with some saying they had actually sold none. So the pass was a card, noting a physical card, similar to a membership card like a warehouse membership type store would have a card where you would actually have that in hand. As was governing board approved at the May 29th, 2025 regular governing board meeting, ticket prices for 25-26 were increased by $1. So this meant that adults were $7, students, seniors 65 and above, and military were now $5, and children 5 and under were still remained at no cost. So as increased efforts to support well-managed, safe environments for our athletic events have begun taking shape, a necessary safety feature has been to have a single point of access. With these modifications, they supported crowd control. Our venues are able to utilize a gate fee opportunity. While golf, cross-country, and tennis remain free for entry, safety enhancements have allowed for swim and badminton to have that single point of access for ticketing. Baseball and softball are similar in that about a decade ago, we did have ticket fees, but with the enhancements that we have now, we've been able to return to that ticketing fee for those 2 sports for 25-26. In 25-26, due to limited sales in 24-25, the bookstores now offer different options for our families, which increases their flexibility as well as reduces processing fees. Passes are now on GoFan, and they are digital, reducing those fees for processing, as well as this model allows for flexibility to buy a certain number of punches to be used at any game for any sport. Also noting that pass sales have increased dramatically and promote quicker entrance to the facility for friends and family members coming to support our student athletes. In considering a market analysis from January of 25, we determined the $1 increase as we studied a comparison of varsity football from across the valley, noting that many districts have recently increased prices for the similar reasons as we did. And this analysis showed that we are in alignment with districts such as Chandler, Glendale, Higley, Scottsdale, and Tempe, who are large school districts in the valley. Here we see a comparison of our review from 23-24 now to 24-25. We attribute the increase in revenue to our athletic directors who have worked hard to control that free entry space, as well as limiting pass list guests for our employees, along with an increased social media presence, which has led to an increase in attendance. And not to mention, winning also brings larger crowds, especially in football. And speaking of winning, just a few highlights from the last 2 years. Not only did Cactus earn the football state runner-up in 24-25, but their student athletes brought down almost $2 million in athletic scholarships. Peoria High School's nearly $6 million in scholarships included almost $200,000 of that for athletic scholarships. While Ironwood has brought down 13 state championships, they've had 41 athletes securing athletic scholarships. Centennial, with 2 championships and 2 runners-up, had 26 athletic scholarships, noting almost 18% of their entire scholarship monies earned was connected to athletics. Sunrise, with 1 championship and 4 runners-up, had 40 students, which was about 14% of all of their scholarship money, of about $5 million in student athlete scholarships. Liberty High School, 6 state championships, 4 runners-up, with 83 students earning athletic scholarships. And Raymond S. Kellis, with 3 state championships and 1 review, 1 runner-up, 5 students with athletic scholarships. So not only are we winning on the court, on the field, also winning in the academic space. You didn't think I was going to forget that, did you? So moving from revenue to expenses, with all 7 high schools included and all elementaries included, the operational expenses are approximately $650,000, noting there is no revenue generated from elementary athletic programming. Ticket sales are directly cover these costs and are closely monitored throughout the year from a profit and loss perspective. And finally, each line item seen here has had a demonstrated increase in cost over the last 5 years. So why the increase of $1 for the 25-26 season? As I've shared, we've experienced significant increasing in costs, noting minimum wage increases annually are impacting our game staffing expenses. Officials' game rates have increased about 25% just since 2020, and our police hourly rates have increased to at least $75 an hour, representing a 25% increase. But also, from a true picture of profit and loss, swim, badminton, baseball, softball contain expenses that are offset with no revenue. Expenses include officials, security, game management, announcers, scoreboard supports, and of course our police and our security. Cross country, tennis, and golf remain free as they have no overhead costs to run the event. And as an aside, as a method to demonstrate how we honor and value our employees, we do offer athletic passes such as an employee +1, a retiree +1, as well as we offer a benefit to our coaches to host their families so they can come to the games while their families are doing the coaching piece. And we're also obligated to support AIA passes +1 and then AIA lifetime passes as well. And leading up to the start of fall athletics for the school year, we did do communications that included this increase. These communications were heavily emphasized through websites, social media, and direct parent communication from both the district and our schools. And not only do our students win on the field, they win on the court, but they're also winning academically, with our student athletes maintaining an average GPA above 3.0. But we also see nearly 2% more students proficient on our ACT in ELA and in math, with a higher average composite ACT score as well when they are our student athletes. So as we close our time together, I do need those jerseys back, but I will trade you That's your cue. For a first place ribbon that you get to keep.
Vintage, I might say. No shade.
Yep. You got to trade
Okay.
the jersey for the ribbon.
We will take recess after this so we can take off the jerseys, so everyone doesn't watch us take them off. Okay.
President Rooks, if
Yes.
I may just be able to snap a photo of the board before you do
Oh
make
my
that
gosh.
costume change, that would be appreciated.
Okay. Yes, Miss Airy. All right. We'll go to questions. We have no public comment on this one. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
Sorry, I was looking at my ribbon and thinking about how my children did not get this, and I get to take this home and say, hey, look at what I got today. Anyway, I don't have any questions. I really appreciate you really breaking this down, because I know that we do get asked, why are the costs different? Why have things changed? And when you look at this slide, slide 9, when we talk about the increasing costs, I don't think that there's always that consideration of our police hourly rates that have increased, and how it's vitally important that we have safety at all of our sporting events, and that the price that we pay for our officials and so forth, that's increased as well, and that we have to be able to to follow suit to be able to cover these costs and so forth. So I know that we always, as a board, anytime somebody sends an email, we always want to make sure that we're addressing that issue so they can feel like they're heard. And I feel like you did a really great job of looking at this program. And then lastly, I just want to say, our students, our athletes are amazing. And I love that we set the standard for not only being excellent at their sport, but also that academics go along with it. So I think that, and that just goes to compliment all of the staff and the parents behind those students, really supporting them to be excellent, not only in their sport, but also in academics. So I just want to say thank you to all of those who support our athletes out there. Thank you.
Mrs. Prophet, do you have any questions?
I just wanted to say, I think people don't buy the season pass because $175, it looks like a ton of money. That's what I thought when my first student went in 2019, and I was like, I won't spend that much on athletic events, and then spent a great deal more with all the athletic events that we attended. I am very excited to see the additional ticketed events. I'm interested to see how that is going to impact this kind of overall picture, and I'm glad to see that we're doing that, because that single point of entry with the ticketing really does enhance the safety, I think, and I have seen a notable difference since my first went into high school in 2019 to now. Our sporting events are much, much safer and much, much more locked down than they used to be. So I think, you never want to spend more money, but it is a necessity to ensure that we're providing a safe experience for the community. So I would just request that we could have an update maybe in our summer study session just about the impact of the new ticketed events to see how it's impacting this overall picture.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
Thank you for this. I have a different take on this. The sports, being a mom of a child, that got a scholarship in football. It's getting late and I'm tired. I also was in every freaking booster club you could possibly imagine, and even started some. And so the different take is this: baseball, being one of the sports that my son played, it was really hard to do any kind of fundraiser because there was no point of entrance. Like, we had to spread, so you want to buy nachos, you got to be, so that's helping booster as well. But I do have a couple questions. When I was in the district as a behavior specialist, I loved the competitiveness with, the high schools. And so I'd always go back and forth with, different teams. But I would give out tickets just for behavior. Do you do that? Does the district still have something like that where we can give tickets as incentives?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, not that I'm aware of, but let me confirm and get that in tomorrow's Friday report for you.
Okay, perfect. And then I'm assuming alumni still gets in free?
retirees, and employees +1.
Oh, still +1. Wow, okay, cool. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had one question on page 5, the passes for this year. Did we have passes in our previous years by chance?
President Rooks, yes, we did.
Okay, do we know what the price was previous year?
Previous to 24-25.
Yeah.
I don't have that with me, but I can certainly find out.
I think it's been 175 for the past 2 or 3 years. I don't remember before that, but the family pass has been.
I feel like it's been since, I heard 2022 was the last time we had done an increase, and this was probably
It's been
that
a few years
increase.
at the
Yes.
same.
And quite a few before then.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that was, if Friday report's fine on that. Just from a standpoint, like Mrs. Ewing said, we do have a lot of parents that kind of just ask that question. Thank you for the messaging, Mrs. Airy. But I think like parents just kind of get sidetracked, and then when they see the prices, are like, wait, what just happened? So what I would like to do too is in the summertime, if we can do a survey, Mrs. Airy, to our parents in the district, how satisfied they are with the event that is put on, but also the increase in pricing, because I want to be very cautious on that too, that I understand the prices are increasing, but I also don't want our families to have to choose between seeing their kid play versus putting food on the table. So I just really want to be conscious of that. So I'd like to do a survey to get parent feedback on the price increase. So, and that was the only question I have. And then anybody else, are we good? Okay, we're going to recess for 5 minutes so we can use the restroom and take a picture and then take our juices off. We'll be right back. I know everyone wants to keep talking in the classroom. It's, super fun night. Okay. We're gonna, I was pulling a Dr. Hernandez over there. Moving on now to 8.3, first read revised policy 4-202, staff, student boundaries, and student protection. Dr. Summers is presenting, and then we do have public comment after your presentation.
Thank you, President Rooks, governing board members. Good evening once again. So we have what I'm going to put in air quotes, a second first read of policy 4-202, staff, student boundaries, and student protection. So we are presenting to you a clean copy because there were multiple edits to what was brought forward the last meeting. And based on the conversations that occurred during the last meeting, we wanted to demonstrate that this policy, from the perspective of our overarching purpose, can we pull it up by chance? There we go. So I'm just going to highlight some things, and certainly we can hone in on any particular section. But again, this is a policy that reinforces the district's commitment to student safety, the dignity, and the well-being of all. This will provide clear expectations for employees, volunteers, and contractors, ensuring that professional boundaries are maintained at all times. And the goal is prevention, protecting students from exploitation, manipulation, or potentially even grooming, while also protecting staff from misunderstandings. So you see in the guiding principles section, this is our overarching expectation that district staff must and shall act professionally, communicate appropriately, maintain transparency, and always prioritize student welfare. This policy makes clear that relationships must remain educational and professional, never personal or exploitative. All right, so the primary gist of what we did with the list of 20, if you will, is we separated these examples of prohibited conduct into two boundary type areas. So certain behaviors, as you can see, are strictly prohibited with no exceptions, and those are section A. Other interactions may arise. Hold on a sec. Just want to make sure, go up just a little bit more if you can. Thank you. A little bit more. Other interactions may arise in community or family contexts. For example, as we heard in some of the public comment from last meeting, staff who may also be parents, coaches, or neighbors. These require professional judgment, transparency, and when appropriate, parent, guardian, and or supervisor approval. So that will take us to section B. So under section A, you see strictly prohibited behaviors. This explicitly bans sexualized communication, secret keeping, inappropriate touching, sharing of substances, and other high-risk behaviors. This is a strong message. This is zero tolerance for any type of misconduct. If we can scroll then to section B, these are behaviors which may not always be misconduct in and of themselves, but may potentially or sometimes often blur professional boundaries. So discouraged, require transparency, and again, may require administrative or parent guardian approval. So this will help staff navigate real-world contexts while keeping boundaries clear. And I'm not going to read through the entire list. We can hover on any one of those at your pleasure there. But if we can scroll then to the next page, we get to the definition of grooming behavior. So we went straight to the source being U.S. Department of Education's Readiness and Emergency Management for Schools, also known as REMS Technical Assistance Center. So we quote directly from this source that grooming allows perpetrators to build rapport and trust with a target, to test the target's silence at each step, to normalize inappropriate interactions, and to create emotional connection or dependency such that later abuse is less likely to be disclosed. Grooming is not the same as mentoring kindness or appropriate professional care. It is not defined by a single behavior in isolation, but rather by a pattern of conduct intended to manipulate or exploit a student. So I think that definition, that working definition, helps demonstrate what we're most concerned about as we work to ensure that we equip our staff, our families, and administrators to recognize warning signs early. And then under training and reporting, We commit to annual training for all employees, volunteers, and contractors on boundaries, grooming behaviors, and mandatory reporting laws, clear reporting channels, as well as if allegations do involve a supervisor, the report would escalate to the district office. And then there's additionally notes on enforcement and accountability. And if we go all the way to the end, the various legal references that are also pertinent to this policy, which I should add, or maybe have mentioned at the very beginning, this policy has been reviewed by legal counsel, Susan Siegel. And just a closing thought, and then I'll certainly open the floor to any of your public comment, of course, and then any questions that you have. But ultimately, this policy strengthens our protective framework, safeguarding students, guiding staff, and reinforcing public trust, reflects a core responsibility as educators to provide a safe, respectful, and professional environment for every child. So with that, President Ricks, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. So yes, we do have public comment. You will have 3 minutes. First public comment is Trina Berg.
Good evening again, members of the board, President Rooks, Cabinet. First, I want to say I greatly appreciate the fact that you took all of our feedback and reworked this policy into something that is much more clear, workable, and much less nebulous than what we had before. So I appreciate the fact that this is so much better. I do have a couple of questions. And they're on the section B, the boundary sensitive behaviors, and they still kind of go to some of the public comments that were made before with they're discouraged, require transparency, may require admin or parent guardian approval. So one of them is number 4, like socializing with students outside of school or school sanctioned activities, such as attending parties, non-school outings, things like that. And I think the biggest issue with this one is those of us that are staff and parents. I mean, I'm going to have a couple of my son's friends at my house tomorrow to hang out and play basketball if it's not raining and probably have dinner or whatever. Obviously, their parents know that they're coming over. I've had that communication with them. But, like, I'm hoping when it comes to procedure and follow through and practice with this that, like, we don't have to have some type of, like, written, like, I don't need, like, a permission slip for my kids' friends to come over to the house because that would be weird. Sometimes things are planned well in advance, but I know for a fact when my son's in high school, like, they're going to have cars eventually, and I might just have some of his friends at my house. And since he will be attending the school that I teach at, like, they could be my students. And I know that that is, like, a weird position to be in as a staff member, because now you're like, you're in my home where I'm supposed to be able to, like, be me, but I still have to be Miss Berg, you know, kind of thing. And then the other one is kind of along with that, with, like, visiting a student's home or allowing, this is number 11, visiting a student's home or allowing a student to visit a staff member's home without parent, guardian, and supervisor approval. I mean, like, I'm sure Mr. Dunham doesn't want to hear every single time Ethan has friends over at my house, because that would be obnoxious. A lot of us are staff and parents. So I want to make sure that we are able to protect ourselves in these situations and that our kids can still have the full experience of being a student in addition to be a staff kid. I mean, it's already weird to be a staff kid, especially on the campus that your parents are at. Like, that's just a weird situation too. But it's an awesome perk for me to be able to have that. And I don't want I don't want my son to, like, miss out on things because I'm mom and Miss Berg. So I want to make sure we're able to abide by this policy without undue burden as parents and staff, because we should always, like, I would hope that our staff would want our kids in our district. And I don't want this to become, like, a problem. So, but I thank you. I know I'm almost out of time, but I seriously thank you so much for this very revised policy. It is seriously a million times better. So thank you.
Next public comment is Amber, is it Block? Baylock. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. I also want to acknowledge the revision that was made. I do think it was very important. I come to you tonight not only as a school librarian, but first and foremost as a parent of 3 children who attend PUSD and a child who is employed by PUSD. I understand deeply that student safety must always come first. However, Policy 4202 as written unfairly impacts families like mine. The policy prevents my children from having their friends over, from celebrating birthdays together, and it punishes them simply because I work in the district. It places a target on both me and my children, creating exclusion from events and celebrations. All for the risk of me losing my job. I am a fingerprinted, background-checked employee, former PTSO president, neighbor, and I live in the community I serve. My home is always full of children. As you heard, I have 4 kids, because that's what community looks like. By passing the policy as written, you are not protecting students, you're punishing mine. We are a single-car household, so just for me to be here tonight, I had to arrange rides with my community for my children to be at their baseball game. That's what their community should look like, not them having a looming fear that their friends being around could cost their mom their job. My children play sports in and outside of school with other students where our interpersonal relationships look different. As a person who lives in the community and within walking distance from my campus, you're banning access to our friends, our HOA pool, church events, volunteer activities, sporting events, or even kids trick-or-treating in my neighborhood, which is coming up in less than a month, or around a month. You expect us to be trusted adults and to serve a community, but this policy as written completely removes me and my children from our community. I wasn't sure I wanted to share this last part because I wasn't sure how upfront I wanted to be about my personal life. When I moved to my community, I was a single mom escaping a domestic violence situation. I had a kid with special needs. My community is the reason I'm an employee of my school. My community is where I found community in my students. I changed some of these kids' diapers when I was a single mom. They know me as more than Miss Amber, the librarian. They know me as the person they can come get a granola bar for when they forgot to get breakfast. They know me as the house they can come get a meal from if their mom's working late. I'm not just a librarian. And when the way this is written, that's all I could be to them. But I have 4 kids, and they have friends, they have lives. And by keeping this the way that is written, it isolates families like mine who are deeply invested in the district. Not only do I work in the district, but I raised a child who's now working in the district. I've got another one who wants to be a teacher because of the district. I'm helping grow our own. So by removing me from my community, that takes us out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment is Devin Mosler.
Good evening. I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank you for considering the concerns related to the policy brought forth at previous board meetings. I appreciate those of you that worked to revise the language of this policy to be less divisive, and moreover, the updated language is professional, informative, and clear. We can all agree there is no exception for grooming or inappropriate or harmful behavior, especially when it comes to our students. We all want to protect our students and provide them with a safe, welcoming school environment, and this revision leaves room for educators to share positive professional experiences that support kind, caring, and trusting relationships with their students with a clear understanding of boundaries. So I appreciate the work that you've put into it.
Thank you, and that concludes our public comment. Dr. Summers, if you want to step back up. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I do. Before I
apologize. Did you? Yes, I apologize, Dr. Summers. Some of this was missed. Yes, Charlotte Belster.
Good evening again, President Rooks and board and cabinet and everybody who's still here or listening. Anyway, I too want to thank you for revising the policy. It's very good. I was appreciative of it because I did have concerns after the last meeting. I won't reiterate what I've already heard the other 3 say because I had some of the same concerns about this policy as well. So I look at things sometimes from a little different perspective. My first thought with this is I looked at it from a purposive perspective, meaning what was the original intent in bringing this forward? And if I recall correctly, President Rooks, your intent, if I'm wrong, you can correct me, but you brought it forward because you were concerned about the grooming of our children among, I think that was maybe your priority at the time. So with that being said, it just seems to me that the last page, the grooming part was put to the last page here, And that's the part that I think really needs to be at the beginning, if that was your intention and your purpose. All of these other things fall underneath it. And by the way, whoever wrote that definition of grooming, it's excellent. I love it. So that's my other reason why I think it needs to go in the front of the policy, because that sets the tone for this and why this policy came about. Everything else follows suit from that. And especially if you start with that, and then you go through the training and the awareness, and then you come down to what the district is expecting of the staff and the teachers here. Somehow I think it kind of softens all of those "thou shall nots" that you have in there, and it makes more sense. So I guess that's the main thing that I would like to say, because we already have an ethical policy here. Well, the teachers have a code of ethics that they have to take. And I was glad to see the word ethical in there as well. But I really think if you consider the purpose of why you brought forth the policy, the last page, the definition of grooming, really needs to go in the front, followed by the training, and then these other things, maybe with some tweaks from what the other speakers have said about it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Apologize again, Mrs. Bolster, for missing that comment card. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I do. So in addition to, well, first of all, thank you for the revision of this, and thank you for, I feel like there was so much comment given. It's difficult to capture all of it, so I feel like you did a really great job. I do like the idea of having the definition at the beginning, so that there's an understanding of why this is being brought forward. But in addition to number 4 and number 11 that was brought forward, and I also want to say to Ms. Blaylock, thank you for your courage to talk about your scenario, and I'm sorry you had to go through that scenario, but I thank you for your courage and thank you for coming out and speaking. So anyway, but one of the other questions I was getting from other community members or former staff members is they had the issue with gift giving so that's number 5. It says giving or receiving a personal gift other than small tokens tied to school activities or traditions. And actually somebody sent me a picture of a teacher who received like a whole bouquet of flowers and all of these other gifts. All of these other gifts would be much more than just a small token. And I know that we have a lot of staff who do give gifts out to maybe their whole classroom. That would be something more than just a small token. So I feel like there's pieces in here that can be reworked so that there's not so many questions when it comes to teacher appreciation when students really give some pretty great things to our teachers that they look forward to. Being a classroom mom, I can tell you the amount of gift cards that we would give to those teachers was really meaningful for them. So that's one thing that I'd like to see extra language around. And I wonder, Dr. Summers, you have usually really, well, not usually, but you have really great ideas about ways that language can be reworked so it doesn't punish our staff who are also parents in this, because our goal, again, is prevention. We want to make sure that all of the relationships our students form with our staff are appropriate professional relationships that help them in academic proficiency, excellency, that type of thing. But we, in setting the standards, we want to make sure that we're also not punishing them. So I'm just curious if you have any thoughts on how that language could be reworked. Because I could kind of see, since it almost seems like there needs to be added language in the beginning that what we're looking for is a pattern of behavior, and that's kind of not listed in the beginning. And then my final question, so I'd like to hear on that, and then also, if we see employees doing any sort of these boundary-sensitive behaviors, are they immediately being put on administrative leave, or is that the opportunity to have more intervention with the staff?
Mrs. Ewing, President Rooks, there was a lot in that, so I just want to make sure I'm honing in. The risk of, I'm not ducking the question, I just think the intent behind, and where am I here? Number 5, B5, I should say, is to still allow for those types of gifts. Small tokens just means we're not buying, like, I don't know, I'm from Colorado. So, like, for example, sometimes you'd have a family that would want to buy a ski pass for a particular staff member. That's a big gift. But a movie pass, a small gift card, and there's a limit, I believe, monetary limit that we also have to make sure to cross-reference in that, that I think we can make sure is spelled out in this. So I'm not trying to avoid a direct answer. I just want to make sure that we can categorize what we mean by small. And tied to a school activity or a tradition is, like, you know, around the holidays or around the beginning of the year or the end of the year, or that's what traditions really means. So it's not trying to limit the fact that gift giving is okay under those circumstances. It's just trying to make sure that there's still some lines. Regarding, can we scroll up just a little bit to the beginning frame again? So again, these behaviors on their own may not be misconduct in and of themselves, but in the event that we're seeing a pattern that doesn't tie back to a specific role, like, i.e., a parent who is a staff member or a staff member who's a parent, however you want to look at that, that's an example of, yeah, we're not really making that our issue. But what happens if there is a staff member who's not operating as a parent or as a coach or as somebody else that has a role? So it's what's most important about that, and I think maybe the language that goes with it, is everything has context to it. And so then that gets to your last question. If we can scroll down one more time, please, to the, sorry, it's maybe easier if I can I control this? That'd be easy. Okay, there we go. This is very key. All staff must immediately report any reasonable suspicion or reasonable allegation. The definition of reasonable is, okay, we really have reason to be concerned because we don't know that this staff member is a parent, or we think that there may be something else that's going on, and maybe we observed one or a couple of these things. We need to make sure that that is what's being reported. Versus, hey, in the normal course of everyday living, and I'll just use Ms. Berg because you gave us a great example. We're not expecting you to fill out a form because you have a couple of friends of your son that's coming over to your house to hang out. And nor would we expect that we're, as an administrator, having to approve such thing. However, the note that would probably go around that is, I would imagine the parents of the other students or children are aware that they are hanging out with you when they're hanging out. Now, do we need to micromanage that all the way down to the level of detail? No. But if there was something else that was kind of weird, and I wouldn't even know what the weird thing would be that would happen, if we find out that there was a student that just went to a staff member's house and didn't have any of those characteristics of what was happening, that would give us reasonable suspicion and reasonable allegation at that time. So it's, again, anytime we're writing policy, and this is where I think Susan might come in and say, for example, right, you have to be able to demonstrate that there's enough of a reason why that concern would be referenced. And if there's a question about it, it's okay for somebody to raise that question, to bring it forward. This is the process by which they would do so. So what we're really looking at is not those run-of-the-mill types of situations. We're looking at those more extreme situations. And I think we're close with it, but I agree there's definitely some wordsmithing that we can continue to work on and tighten that up just a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that if you, in agreement, it's not necessarily maybe going through each one of these ones and adding extra language. I think that there's an opportunity to add just in that section B, adding some sort of additional language up there so that staff and parents don't think that they're looking just for these specific behaviors. And I also, I guess the other piece of this is the implementation of this is, let's say that, it sounds like we might have a revision, but let's say in the next one or two board meetings it gets fully adopted, how quickly will it be implemented, given that we're going to have to go train all of, we train our administrators, and the administrators have to train their staff and have to give the staff opportunity to ask questions and so forth, and all of that. And I think I did ask you the question of, do you feel like this is, because it's more spelled out, is it trainable with these expectations for your administrators?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, yes. And what I would say is what we would have to work to update, and I see a lot of this also connecting to what our expectations are around mandatory reporting, so that this is an additional policy that's not necessarily a whole new training kind of a program. It's just an awareness piece of these are the behaviors that we are most concerned about from a district perspective. Certainly there is an opportunity for expanding or enhancing some of that training through some other ways of giving examples of the prevalence of these types of things that happen in the community and so on and so forth. We've actually had a conversation just recently where we can explore more of those types of options. But the way I like to frame this is it's really about communicating and being aware of what the expectations are. And so we can communicate. In fact, we have been communicating this, and the good news is, I mean, even though it's a lot of different perceptions that are around this particular policy, we are having some really good dialogue about it. So I think there's opportunities for staff to continue to have that dialogue that we can frame back to once the policy is approved. Here is how this is rolling out. And then we just build that into the fabric of what we currently do with all of our annual training, and use this as an ongoing periodic frame of reference when we're working with staff around these types of expectations.
And then my last request, and then I'll let it go to the board members, is I noticed you have training of volunteers on here. So I'm assuming that whenever we do get this all in place, if we can loop in what our expectations are with this with regards to our PTO, PTAs, and that type of thing, since they're working so much with them. And then they can, I'm sure they would have questions about the whole gift giving, and that can be communicated to them as well, what the expectations are, so that can be communicated out to the community. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
I just wanted to say thank you so much. I did not think there was any version of this policy that I would ever like, and you pulled a rabbit out of a hat, because I really feel like every person that worked on this is a really solid policy. I very much appreciate that the title was changed, and even though there was grooming in the title before, I think that this is a much stronger approach to this, because it's staff-student boundaries and student protection. It's not just to protect the students, but like you said, it's also to protect the staff, and just having that very clear line with boundaries, I think, is vitally important to just maintaining a standard of conduct. I wanted to point out, this has been mentioned a few times with the parents, and I get it. I have 4 kids too, and I absolutely think community members and parents make the absolute best teachers and employees within the district. And it says examples of prohibited conduct. You go down, it says other interactions may arise in community or family contexts, e.g. staff who are also parents, coaches, and neighbors. These require professional judgment, transparency, and when appropriate. I don't know how else to say it. There's enough, I think you said context. I was going to say intentional ambiguity, but that's probably not the right way to say it. there's context with all of these, and so there's not currently anything in here that would prohibit those kinds of interactions, much to what Dr. Summers said. I did have a question in number 8 for the boundary sensitive behaviors. Being alone with a student behind closed doors or in confined space without visibility or oversight unless the staff member's role, e.g. counselor, nurse. I didn't know how discipline played into that, or if that was something we needed to say admin, counselor, or nurse, or if just the having windows in the door was enough. So I didn't know if we needed additional language sounding that. And then to 13, using or permitting terms of endearment or pet names that blur professional roles. To me, that is too ambiguous. I don't know how we would, where that line is. I mean, it's okay because it's in the boundary thing and goes back to reporting, and say something is reported, we investigate and nothing is found. That one to me is just unnecessary, but that's just my opinion. I don't have enough of a problem with it to make a big deal about it. But again, I think this is really, really well written. It is much wordier than I think a policy typically should be, but I think in this instance, it absolutely warrants it because we all need to be on the same page for what this policy is trying to bring about, which to me is not the stopping of grooming, it's staff-student boundaries and student protection. So I think really, really, really hit the nail on the head with this one, so thank you.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions or comments?
I do. I think in B, boundary sensitive behaviors, I think if we put somewhere in there patterns of behavior, because that's kind of what we're addressing, right? One time is, if you see something, say something. I think if we just followed that rule, we probably would not be having these conversations. Unfortunately, we have to have policies like this. I was the parent that had all the old line over every Friday night and ate me out of house and home. And I worked in the district. But I will tell you, even today, got a text from this student in one of our high schools, just up here on the board tonight. I still use the professional, I'm going to cover my butt, right? This is a best friend of mine. This is her son. I don't work in the district, but still, I reached out to her. She's in Italy. I reached out to her and said, hey, can I get your son's phone number? Even though I could have probably gotten it. It's very easy to get permission to have kids over. I still did that, even though I was PTSA and all those things, and parents knew me and yada, yada. I still use those professional boundaries because if nothing else, I'm going to cover myself, right? And I want to be professional. So I guess I would have to ask the question to me would be, why would you not want to get permission? And then in the extreme of that, you could be holding a minor without parental permission and police could be called. DCS could be called, and all those other things that I won't go down that rabbit hole. So I think that the paragraph at the beginning will never be able to define some of these things because professional to me may not be professional to someone, next to me. However, we all know, when it's crossed the line. I don't think it's rocket science. And I think it's well written. Other than that, across the board, I think 1 through 13 are fine as long as we, I guess, define it really well in that first paragraph. And to me, the only thing missing in there would be something along the lines of patterns of behavior, because that's unfortunately what we're looking for. The other thing I wanted to point out is under training and awareness, I know there's law that actually says about mandated reporting, and I'm not going to assume that contractors mean vendors as well. But vendors should probably be in there.
Thank you for calling that up.
Thank you. That's all I have.
So first, I'm just going to address, it was mentioned, what is my intent? My intent is, of course, with this policy to protect children in the schools. It does do that in this policy. It specifically spells out the grooming is prohibited. I do like the idea of moving it to the front because that was originally why I wanted it in the title, because I wanted it to be very strong that this is not something that we tolerate and we want to protect our children. So that I do appreciate that feedback. I think it serves as a reminder to protecting children. It serves as a notice to And I'm not saying that this is all employees in our district, but there are predators in this world, and that their behavior will not be tolerated, in my opinion. And so that's kind of where I came through with this policy. The trust had already had it developed by another attorney, and so I was trying to work on that with Dr. Summers, with Susan Siegel, our board attorney, to address that, because I mean, it's across the state, it's across the country. These things are occurring. It's not like it's not occurring, that there are employees that overstep that boundary with a student, and I don't want that to continue to happen. And so I want to put in guardrails and safety measures and accountability so that we're protecting our students, but like they said, protecting staff. But what I will say is, to the point of number 11, visiting a student's home or allowing a student to visit a staff member's home, I would prefer to have the permission, and I know that is annoying to have to do, I get it. But in my mind, when we're talking about patterns and behaviors of predators, I'm not saying everybody's a predator, I'm just speaking generally here. The way that they make a connection is through possibly their own child's friends. So I've heard that before from other detectives in conversations with that. That is a piece. That is a way that they can make those connections, is through, if they have a child, through their child's friends or acquaintances that they know at school. So that is the only reason why I want permission, is because it protects the child, it protects the staff member, so that if something does occur, we have on file, hey, we asked permission, we did this, this, and this, so that we have our checks and balances, so that there is a process to be made under there. So that's that piece. When it comes to, I know it was mentioned, burden problem, and I said, but the thing is that there are children that are being taken advantage of, and that's the sucky part. I hate it. I don't want to be talking about this. This is not something that is joyful to talk about. I want to uplift all of our employees in this district, but I also have to think of safety first, and that is why I brought this policy forward. And I want to make sure that we're taking accountability and that we're not opening doors to kids being abused. And so that's why I want to make sure it's very tight with permission. I do want to keep in there the pet names, because I feel like there should be no reason that an adult should be calling a student by a pet name. I just feel that way as a board member, but also as a mother of children. So I do like the training in there, if possible, when we're talking about, because I mentioned it before, when we're talking about grooming, patterns of behavior, because we have such a great clerk up here who is, his background is in police and detective and all of that. I would love to have Glendale and Peoria PD participate in those trainings. Our detectives, I don't know if Mr. Molino, Matt Richards, if we could have them come and present to our staff too, because those detectives, they've seen it for 30 years of everything, the investigating, all, like what signs to look for. And I keep seeing that when we go to safety conferences, they get up on the stage and they present on that. So I just feel like that would be a great piece to have for our training. So, and I think that was all of my notes. I wanted to add the language of patterns of behaviors, only because I know Jeff says that like all the time. So it rang in my head there.
President Rooks, if I may, different take on the parental permission, which I didn't even think of until you just said that. The number one thing that predators look for are non-parental involvement. A child that's, we used to call latchkey, children that are not supervised. So that would cover the flip side of that in the getting parent permission. If you can't get parent permission because you're purposely going after the children that you're not going to get permission from, that might cover that as well. So I just wanted to say that.
Is anybody else? Are we all good? Okay. Oh, yes, Ms. Ewing.
Thank you, President Rooks. So I understand the need to get permission I'm trying to envision what that would look like. Is that like Ms. Berg said, is that a permission slip? And, interestingly, when I'm just going to compare it to Girl Scouts. When I was a Girl Scout leader, we were never, well, first of all, if there was a male in the room with any of the girls, there had to be another adult. And that whenever we had meetings, we were never allowed to have one adult with all of the girls. There always had to be a second adult. And that was how they dealt with it. And so I feel like one of the things that could be put in there is that if you're going to have those students over, you need to have another adult there as well, and to not be alone. So anyway, it's because I can't envision how that would happen in terms of permission. I understand getting the other parent's permission, but in terms of getting a permission slip, so I'm trying to envision of what that looks like. And I think it's good practice to always have a second adult. So,
if I may, President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, so rather than us go into too much of a rabbit hole on this one here, the one thing I do want to elevate, because as much as we are, I think, in agreement about the intent and about the scope and about the language, there is a fine line to how we are able to, as a district, for lack of a better term, police friends of other students that belong to, I keep using Ms. Berg here, I don't envision us double checking whether or not she may have, what we're describing is going to be really hard for us to create a policy that is impossible to enforce. At the same time, right, I think we get the intent. I really do believe, like, permission from the perspective of, do the parents know? Yes, they know. Okay, like, are we really trying? Because at the end of the day, whatever we're saying we're going to do, that creates an extra layer of administration, which creates more time, more energy, more resource, not to diminish at all the value of what we're all trying to promote here, but we've got to make it realistic. So I'm doing what I said I wasn't going to do. I do want legal review and support of what our limitations are as an organization, because if we start to say we are essentially guaranteeing what's going to happen at Ms. Berg's house one way or another, like, there's no way that we're going to be able to ultimately hold ourselves up to that level of accountability. And at the end of the day, yes, if she's like bringing over, for lack of a better way of saying this, parties where all the kids are going to come over, and now there's like, this is an absurd accusation, but I think you appreciate the absurdity of it. We wouldn't let that happen either, right? So those are just things that I think we can get that legal piece to it. We're really close on this language. This was really good feedback, and I think we can tighten it up, bring back the second read, and make it be all the things we're trying to make it be.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Summers.
Thank you.
We'll move on now to 8.4. First read policy recommended updates 1-302 governing board meetings and open meeting law requirements.
All right, President Rooks, governing board members, thank you again. So we have a series of policies. This is the first of those that are trust developed based on updates to legislation and relevant law. So I'm just going to do this at a very high level so that you know and you can see what the red lines are. So some of this is just very fine-tuning different language, definition of regular meeting, what we are looking at in terms of board meeting notice, what we are looking at related to executive sessions, which I will say we're very familiar with this. There's nothing that is necessarily new in number 6 here. And then the applicability to advisory committees is just an additional note around communication among a quorum of a 3-member advisory committee that is exempt if the 3-member committee does not include more than 1 board member. That's just a very fine detailed note. And then in regards to emergency board meetings, there's, as you can see, quite a bit of language around the outcomes there. And that's it. So that's essentially what you have in front of you. And we did not recommend any changes based on our initial review of what the trust put forward here. So we stand ready for any questions or comments you may have on this one.
Thank you, Dr. Summers. We have no public comment on this one. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I don't. I mean, you already said that these are changes that are the result of legislation changes, so,
Yes.
yeah, so, thank you. I don't have any questions.
Ms. Profit, any questions? Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I only have one. Legal action means a collective decision, commitment, or promise made by. Why did we take governing out?
I do not know, Mrs. Bowles.
May I suggest if we could ask the trust that, but also maybe have our board attorney, Susan Siegel, look at that part as well?
Happy
Okay.
to do that.
That's all I have, thanks.
Yep.
I don't have any questions. I was just going to ask if we had Susan look it over, but since we're not going to have it, that was the only thing I was going to bring up. So thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to 8.5, first read policy, recommended updates 1-401, parents' legal guardian rights in education. Dr. Summers.
All right, very similarly, just some very fine tuned or tuning here and or the Parents' Bill of Rights. The plan shall, I guess, was repetitive under 1A. You've got an A or an and. I'm looking for the Oxford comma in this one as well. That's a subtle jab at our friend Dr. Hernandez over there. Although I actually adhere to her definition of the use of Oxford commas. Student as opposed to child, we're getting a little punchy, it's getting a little late. And access to information on where to find procedures. And then this section is pursuant to ARS 15-160.03, a parent legal guardian may request the healthcare credentials of an individual who provides routine healthcare services to students in a health school's health office, including any license, certificate, permit, or registration to practice a healthcare profession. The district is not required to release personally identifiable information about the individual, as well as a parent guardian may also request information regarding emergency response training that district employees are required to complete, including cardiopulmonary resuscitation training. So there's the bulk of that current change.
All right, Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I don't, thank you.
Mrs. Profit? Mrs. Bowles? I just have a quick question, and I can request it maybe at the future request agenda too, but I just, when we're talking about the sex education curricula, I'd love to know what sex education curricula we have and what grade level. We don't have any, is what I'm saying over there.
President Rooks, Peoria Unified does not offer sex education. We do not have curriculum.
Okay, thank you. That was the only question I had. So thank you, Dr. Summers, for the presentation on this one.
Sure.
Moving on to 8.6, first read policy recommended updates. Policy 4-101, board authority to employ.
President Ricks, Governing Board, this is language that is consistent with legislation that was approved the year prior. So pursuant to those ARS or statutes, the board shall not issue contracts of employment to certificated teachers prior to March 15th, and if the teacher is probationary or continuing teacher employed by the district under an existing employment contract. So that's just some very technical contract language.
All right, Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I don't, thank you.
Mrs. Profit? Mrs. Bowles? I don't have any either, so thank you, Dr. Summers, on that one. Moving on to 8.7, first read policy recommended updates, 5-201, patriotic exercises and observant days.
Dr. Hernandez.
Oh, Dr. Hernandez, you can take a break.
Good evening, President Rooks, members of the board, Dr. Summers, cabinet, and guests. This evening's first read of policy 5-201 highlights statutory changes to reflect the requirements for grades 7 through 12 to receive age-appropriate instruction on the terrorist attacks of September 11th, 2001, along with observing September 25th as Sandra O'Connor Day civic celebration with the majority of the day dedicated to civics instruction. And finally, these updates come with a recommendation for a policy name change.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hernandez. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
Well, I just would like to observe that today is September 25th, and we're adopting it on this day of what's noted here in the policy. But I don't have any questions, and I know this is changes based upon law, so thank you.
And President Rooks and Mrs. Ewing, so this went into effect as an emergency component of the statute, so that we were under this law already, and we did, as a district, observe 9/11 appropriately, as well as the Sandra Day Connor piece for today.
Great, thank you for that clarification.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions? Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I have to note for people that are watching, because a learning moment for me, when I first looked at this, I'm like, shall, will, those words in law. And I was like, why does it say shall? Does that give them opportunity to not do that? And then I looked it up, and it actually is more solid to say shall than it is to say will. So I have to say that first. Thank you for this. I'm assuming that we just tweaked it to the trust, right? I mean, this was something some of this we already had, correct? Or is this the policy we already had in place?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, that is correct. Statutorily change was the age appropriateness specific to K-6. So in accommodations with that, the communication we put to our teachers and our leaders was K-6 is optional, 7-12 required, and we still provided appropriate resources K-12.
Right, okay, thank you for that clarification. Does this also include our professional staff, teachers, staff? Do these rules apply to them? Is this just for students?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, so it applies to instruction and the majority of how the day is spent, and so how leaders dedicate staff to classrooms and instruction was how that would apply to the different staff members.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any questions, but I do I just wanted to ask if it's possible with the title. It says Patriotic Exercises and Observant Days. I don't know if we could add American Patriotic Exercises and Observant Days, if that's possible. Okay. All right. That was my only feedback. But very excited for this. So, yes, thank you. All right. If no further questions, moving on now to 8.8, first read, recommended new policy 5-216.01, assessments. Dr. Hernandez.
Good evening once again. This evening's first policy read includes an entirely new policy 5-216.01, and it provides the opportunity for students to submit a score from a nationally recognized assessment in place of the Arizona State Board's prescribed test. And I'd be available to answer any questions.
Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
Can you give me an example yes, can you give me an example of what would be a test that might be submitted instead of the current one?
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, SAT.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions? Mrs. Proudfit? No. Okay. Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
We may have asked this, I don't think on this one, but it says at the bottom that the trust members should review this. Have they not reviewed it?
President Rooks, Mrs. Bowles, this is their draft policy.
That's what I thought. So why is that there?
I think they have that on all of their policies at the bottom, just as a repetitive. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
I don't have any questions, so thank you, Dr. Hernandez, for the presentation on the policy. Moving on to 8.9, first read policy recommended updates 5-404, administration of medication. Dr. Hernandez.
Good evening once again. This evening's first read of policy 5-404 includes numerous minor edits throughout, noting a revised definition of epinephrine delivery systems per ARS 36-2201 throughout this policy. I'd be happy to answer any questions should you have any.
Thank you. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I don't, thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any questions?
I'm just laughing because I feel like there's a lot of grammar updates in these. I'm like, what was going on with these last capitalizations? And no questions.
Mrs. Bowles, do you have any questions?
I have to piggyback off what she just said. Knowing that you're looking at them, I'm confident we're not dumbing down. We're not going backwards in the grammar. Thank you.
I don't have any questions, but obviously agreed on what they said up here. So thank you, Dr. Hernandez, on this one. Moving on to 8.10, first read recommended updates, procedure 5-404.A, administration of medication, procedures for administration. Dr. Hernandez.
Similar, this evening's first read of policy 5-404.A is reflective of statutory changes in language specific to a revised definition of epinephrine delivery systems, and noting that this policy does maintain the Peoria Unified specific language that was approved at the August 14th, 2025 regular governing board meeting.
Thank you. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any questions?
I do not, thank you.
Mrs. Proudfit. Mrs. Bowles? I don't have any either, so thank you for that last first read. Thank you. Moving on to 9, address consent agenda. 9.1, consider approval or recommend changes to the consent agenda. Does anybody have any changes they want to? Okay, I just wanted to pull one just because I had one question, so I apologize. I wanted to pull 10.10. Just had a quick question for Dr. Hernandez. So I'm just going to motion to approve the consent agenda minus 10.10.
I'll second.
Thank you. So as we have a motion made by myself and a second made by Mrs. Bowles to approve the consent agenda with removing 10.10.
President Rooks, members of the board, just allow me a moment to make that update, please.
Yes, thank you.
President Rooks, members of the board, move to approve the consent agenda with the removal of 10.10 Arizona Council on Economic Education, ACEE, Memorandum of Understanding Extension, with a motion by President Rooks and a second by Ms. Bowles.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you. And if you could run us through a voice vote.
President Rooks.
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit.
Yes.
Ms. Bowles.
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 4 yeas. And just refresh your screens. It'll show up on the next item. All right, so moving now on to 11, items moved from consent. 11.1, Arizona Council on Economic Education, Memo of Understanding Extension. Dr. Hernandez, I just had a quick question. I know you're probably very on top of it, but when it comes to organizations that we're working with and whatnot, I just want to make sure that they're aware of the resolution that we had passed in February with DEI. So I just didn't know if you knew that the organization had been aware of that and if they're willing to follow that with the curriculum they bring in and presenting in the classrooms with the students.
President Rooks, thank you for that question and the opportunity to speak to that. This year, for this particular agreement, we have worked much closer with the organization. The individual representing them and supporting us has been to my office multiple times, and we've discussed all of the requirements in the context of supporting Peoria Unified teachers. They are crystal clear on our expectations with any type of curricular resources, in addition to having added communications with our school leaders around utilization of ACEE. ACEE is also very clear that any events prior to being scheduled with schools need to be run through the Learning and Teaching Department to ensure alignment, as well as communication opportunities, such as with Econ Reads, when we have the opportunity to go to schools and read to students and do activities. All of those books and the activities are screened by the Learning and Teaching Department to ensure that they are standards aligned with where we are in scope and sequence, as well as aligned to your expectations for the content we support our teachers and our students with.
Thank you. I know that was on consent, but I just wanted to make sure, so double checking. So I appreciate it and all the work that you're doing on this. So thank you. So with that, I just need a motion on the floor.
I will motion to approve the memorandum of understanding with the Arizona Council on Economic Education and the Peoria Unified School District as presented through June 30th, 2026.
I will second. So I have a motion made by Mrs. Profit and a second made by Mrs. Ewing. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Ricks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Mrs. Profit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes with 4 yeas. Thank you again, Dr. Hernandez. Moving on to 12, closing public comment. 12.1, request to address the governing board regarding matters not included on the agenda. We do have one public comment. You will have 3 minutes. Ms. Trina Burke.
Y'all did not see that, I'm sorry. Good evening. There's one other thing I wanted to mention on the previous policy, the student staff relationship policy. One of the things on there was still the communication with non-approved district things like texting, whatever. It has been brought to our attention that there are times when things like Parent Square do not work. So we really need to look at some alternatives. I have a teacher tonight who's at the Cardinals game and Parent Square does not work, and they had to get all 60 tickets individually to each of the kids, and they couldn't do that without texting them to them. There wasn't any other way. Parent Square just doesn't always work. I think one solution might be that perhaps we have school purchased or district purchased cell phones, that things like your DECA advisors who take students places, your dance when, dance goes to Disney and cheer goes to Disney and, place, whatever it is that they might go, that they check that cell phone out. So it's district property. It's a district number. It's not a private number for us, but it allows a form of communication that would be faster than Parent Square. And let's be honest, our kids are going to see texting way faster than they're ever going to see Parent Square, because that's what they're going to be looking at. I just think that would be a really great workaround, and it's something that we could just have on the different sites. It can be checked out, used. The kids have that phone number. It's a district phone, so as soon as we're done with it, or whatever, we give it back to the school. I think that would just be a really good kind of workaround to that, and that would eliminate some of these Parent Square issues where it's just not working, or the students don't see them. Because again, they're not going to see a Parent Square notification as fast as they are a text message notification. So just a thought of something that we may want to look at doing to make that communication faster but still safe for both staff and students, especially with overnight out of district trips. Or sporting events when we're traveling all over the state. That would be another place that, I don't know. What about your golf players? They might be all over. I don't know, whatever. But there's other things that we might need other forms of communication for. I do actually have a request for a policy. I would love to see a policy that actually says, it's in the handbook, but I would like to see policy that says that teachers get a 30-minute duty-free lunch. We don't actually have a policy that says that. It's in the handbook, and it says an unpaid 32-hour lunch, which we are guaranteed 30 minutes. But again, it's in the handbook. That has been the only way I've ever been able to enforce that when I've had to do advocacy. It would be great if that was an actual policy, because it would give us a little bit more push, and not push, but a little bit more support when we have teachers that are not getting that 30-minute duty-free lunch, especially when we're in heat advisory times and lunches are cut short. A lot of times the thing that gets cut short is the teacher's lunch, and now we're looking at a potential 20-minute lunch, maybe 30 minutes, but then you're dropping and picking up kids, so it's not actually 30 minutes. So Thank you.
And that concludes our closing public comment. So moving on to 13, informational reports. 13.1, report on upcoming meetings and events. Mrs. Airy.
Good evening, President Brooks, members of the board. Nothing additional to add to the report this evening.
Thank you. 13.2, legislative, state, and local updates. Mrs. Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Rooks. No updates tonight.
Thank you. Moving to 13.3, report on requested future agenda items is available on our website here. Moving on to 14, other business. 14.1, requests for agenda items for future governing board meetings. Mrs. Ewing, do you have any requests?
Yes. I wanted to have, I don't know if a Friday report, I don't know that it necessarily needs to be a study session, but just to start off with is to have some sort of survey with our staff who deal with the out-of-town travel and the communication barriers. So just to have, just a general survey of trying to understand what are the communication barriers that maybe Parent Square isn't helping with, and what are some suggestions our staff have for that in the scenarios that Ms. Berg was mentioning, because I'm sure there's lots of different solutions that may not necessarily include a cell phone. So just to have maybe a survey of them, understand what the problems are, and maybe some suggested solutions to bring forward to the board.
I will second, but I just want to mention, it's just one-on-one texting. So like,
President Rooks, Mrs. Ewing, and Mrs. Proudfit, would it be okay if we provide you a Friday report? We could do this as soon as tomorrow with an overview of this information.
That would be great.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Do you have any others?
Yes. Thank you. So then I also would like to have kind of a Friday report of maybe just the frequency that our staff are not getting that 30-minute lunch. I know that we have things that happen in our schools all the time that break into the staff's ability to have that break, but what are how often is that happening? What are the challenges with that? If we were to look at something like a 30-minute duty-free lunch, I wouldn't want to put anything in place without understanding the challenges with that. So
I will second.
Okay. Mrs. Proudfit, do you have any requests?
None for me today, thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Bowles, do you have any requests?
I do. I would like to echo off the policy for the 30-minute lunch period. I know I feel your pain in so many areas you don't even know, but I'd hate to put a policy in place and then it kind of backfire on us, because there are times, let's be honest, that we're shorthanded and other things, but I also want to give teachers their 30 minutes. And then if you're, diehard like myself, I don't take lunch, but then they have the opportunity to go home early, which is a whole different, piece of work. So I would agree with Ms. Ewing, and just knowing a little bit more what's going on out there. If it's happening all the time, if it's just happening on one campus, that was the case for some of the administrators, just expecting you to do it, and all those other things that I know go on. So I would like more information, Friday report, something along those lines, or a survey, I think you said, to our teachers, just to get more information. Regarding the cell phone, a couple of things. I know Parent Square does not always work. That's kind of a joke, but it's a good thing if it works. But I also know that you can set up a text to go into an email, student email. That's an option, and or a Google number. In the past, I would not have suggested Google, but they are a little more secure now than they have ever been. So just a suggestion, if we wanted that. But future agenda items that I have, President Rooks brought up an issue with the conduct of a teacher, a professional in our district, Sorry, I said teacher, and it's not even a teacher, so sorry. This was brought to my attention from a parent in the district, so it wasn't something, that I saw on Facebook. I don't even have time for that. But a parent was very concerned, and they have several students in the district, and brought to my attention, that there was a professional in our district that was posting very unprofessional things about Charlie Kirk's death, and a platform that, let's be real, sometimes is used as a weapon. And I don't care if that's all amongst adults, but when you're talking about students that are bringing it to parents and then parents bringing it to the board, that's a problem. That's a conduct problem, and we do have, as a board, policy 4-201, employee code of conduct, that the board has to be responsible for some of that conduct as well. So I'd like to have a discussion item, how that's going to be handled, how you're going to notify the board of how that was handled. So that would be one future agenda item.
Dr. Summers, do you want clarification, or do you have that?
Just wanting to make sure that that receives a second in order for us
I will second. Sorry. I just wanted to make sure that you had. Okay. I will second that. All right. Mrs. Bowles, your next one?
Sorry, it's so loud. Grooming awareness. I know we are grooming awareness training we are looking into. I would like to see a presentation done in October in our board meetings as we can work out with the presenters we've already been talking to, just to have that on the agenda sometime in October, just a presentation to the public and to the board. Was that clear?
I will second. Sorry. Yes.
And then to follow up with that presentation, maybe a study session for the board, because of, it might be a little more lengthy. Does that sound like something we could do?
I will second. Okay.
Sorry.
I was waiting to see if you talked first. Sorry.
I will, what I'd like to do is make sure that we can discuss the best format for that training to occur, given the time requirements for the training itself.
Okay, so wait for how long it would take for the training, or the depth of the training, to say it's going to be a study session or not?
Yes, and
Is that
Mrs.
what I
Bowles,
understand?
I do want to be clear, this was already a request, so we do have it noted, and it is some, so
I just want to
it's-
make sure it's on record with the public.
I
that's all.
understand, and so.
I know you
yes.
know.
Thank you, ma'am.
But thank you for that clarification. And then, President Rooks, just along the lines, this is not a future agenda item, but just a branch off of what future agenda item I just requested. Our SROs are not trained in this, that I know of. And so this will have to be part of the awareness training. And the reason I know that's true, maybe not all of them, the security training that you had described, I don't know which one, but this presenter actually trained at that security training to the police SROs officers. So I don't want to assume that they all have that training, because they do not.
May I suggest maybe requesting a Friday report and looking to Mr. Molino to see if our safety director, Matt, can reach out to the SROs at Peoria and Glendale PD to see what trainings our SROs do have.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So then we can kind of go off of that.
That'd be great. Thank you for that.
Okay.
And
I
with two
will
cities, it's.
second that.
Yeah, complicated. And then my last one, future agenda item, discussion around informing the board when policies have been broken or not followed, and when I don't want to be finding out after the fact. I'll leave that to the professionals, that the board needs to know when policies have not been followed, so that we can do our due diligence.
I will second that.
That's all I have, thanks.
Okay. This one, I'm just going to try to request fast because I know it's late. Friday report, I'd like to see the class sizes for Oakwood Elementary for the grade levels, and how many students at the school are on variances, because I know we had a couple emails on parents. So I just want to see what are the numbers. That can be a Friday report.
I will second.
Thank you. I would like to request cabinet and superintendent to work with Peoria PD and maybe even Glendale PD to explore acquiring pass-through weapon detection systems for use in PUSD. I think that they might have some offerings through their connections that they have with different stadiums around the valley of the detection systems.
I'll second.
Thank you. The other one is a special education presentation. Dr. Hernandez, I don't know if you guys would be able to do that. I spoke to Jeff a little bit. He's like, I don't know much about it. I have a lot of questions surrounding the process, the policies, what laws, how students qualify, and how staff is trained to make those qualifications. And then what resources are offered to parents and guardians. I would love to, I know we are really busy, but like in October, November, December, whatever our timeline looks like, I would just love to have that presentation to the board, but also for the community as well.
I'll second.
Thank you. I would like to, this is just a request to invite the Maricopa County Superintendent, Shelley Boggs. She's been doing tours of schools, so I didn't know if we could possibly highlight some of our CTE programs touring, Mrs. Berry, and possibly the JROTC program I know would be really exciting, so that was just one request.
And I'll second.
Thank you, and also to let the board know of when it is so that we can join that tour. Request for executive session for possibly the next meeting. Dr. Summers, I'm just requesting it for Peoria PD detective to provide training for the board and the cabinet under exec session, as there have been threats made to myself. So I just want to make it where the cabinet, the board, we are aware of the training and surroundings when we're in meetings.
And I will second.
Thank you. This can just be a Friday report of follow-ups to the board of the emails of concerns brought by parents this week. There was a lot of them this week. Dr. Summers, I talked to you about them. So I just know if we could have Friday report to follow up if things have been addressed and the parents are satisfied with some of those things that were going on.
And I'll second.
Thank you. And the last one is I'd like to request for the October 8th meeting a statement by the board to vote on the professionalism by PUSD employees and discouragement with employees celebrating Charlie Kirk's TPUSA Charlie Kirk's assassination.
And I'll second.
Thank you. And actually, I did have one more. I apologize. Just if we could possibly send out an invitation, because I know Dr. Hernandez, you tried to reach out to her, didn't get any phone call back. The executive director from the National Theater Association, if we could invite her to a board meeting at a later date, possibly before the next school year, just to get some information on their association and the direction that they're headed.
And I'll second.
Thank you. And that is the last of those ones.
President Ricks, if I may.
Yes, Mrs. Bowles.
I would like to, I don't know, this really wouldn't be a Friday report. I would like to, maybe, I don't know, a request to advertise or a request for the board to attend school board training conference October 17th and 18th with Maricopa County School Superintendent Shelley Boggs. It's a free training. It's a good training and a needed training for school board members. So I'd like to request that the board members can go to that.
I will second that. I believe we all might have gotten invites, so through emails. Yeah, but I will second that just for clarity. And if that is it, we will move on to 15 adjournment, 15.1 adjournment. I just need a motion on the floor to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
I will second.
So I have a motion made by Mrs. Bowles and a second made by Mrs. Proudfit. And if you could run us through a voice vote, please.
President Ricks, could you please repeat who made the motion in the second?
Yes, it was made by Mrs. Bowles and seconded by Mrs. Proudfit.
Thank you. President Ricks?
Yes.
Mrs. Ewing?
Yes.
Mrs. Proudfit?
Yes.
Ms. Bowles?
Yes.
Thank you.
Meeting is adjourned at 10:21 p.m.